Pwede nyo na pong basahin. You have the floor.
Good morning po, Madam Chair, Honorable Senator Risa Hontiveros, and to Honorable Senator Francisco Tolentino, and to all the members of this august body. I come here today to share the truth that has been silenced for 3 decades because of great fear, and this is also on behalf of the many victims who have suffered in silence just like I have. I believe my testimony reflects their pain, struggles, and resilience. While I understand that this is aimed to aid in legislation, I am also grateful to be given this opportunity to inform those who still believe that Apollo Quiboloy has been innocent of the crimes he is accused of because he has never been. At the age of 17, I became a member of the church led by this man, Apollo Quiboloy, in 1918. I was a freshman student. I was eager and active in the community, even spending a significant portion of my college years living at the parsonage where he resided. In 1988, I made a difficult decision of my life to dedicate this to his ministry, driven by the belief that true fulfillment and salvation lay in serving God fully. This choice meant leaving behind my family, my career, and the person I once was. Despite the resistance of family and friends, I pursued my conviction. I joined a pioneering group that struggled to meet basic needs, but my desire to serve God fueled my persistence. Over time, I gained his trust and became a respected worker within the ministry. As the ministry grew, so did our blessings. We experienced answered prayers and expanding membership, which deepened our commitment to serving God. Apollo C. Quiboloy, whom I revered, was considered as God anointed, and his words held absolute authority. I respected him deeply, viewing him as truly the man of God. From the moment I dedicated my life to the ministry until 1993, I experienced a profound spiritual awakenings. I felt forgiven. My love for God deepened, and I was proud to serve alongside a man I believed to be holy. But one day while in Manila, I received a long-distance call from him. He informed me that he had received a divine revelation intended for me and instructed me to travel to Cebu, where he would share this important message. He was also scheduled to preach in Cebu that Sunday. Upon arriving in Cebu City, we arranged for him to stay at the Park Place Hotel in Fuente Osmeña. That evening, he instructed me to remain in the hotel, while Nilda Linda, the assigned worker, returned to the worker's house. When we were alone, I asked if I could just sleep on the sofa as it was a suite room. Instead, he insisted that I would sleep beside him and even said in Bisaya, compatible gyud taging kay parehas man og color ang atong suot. Translated, we are compatible because our outfits were of the same colors. I was wearing red pajamas with white dots, while he was dressed in a red t-shirt and white pants coincidentally. His words made me feel uneasy and quite nervous, and I saw a different personality in him. But I was quick to dismiss that unusual feeling. And because I had previously witnessed Ingrid Canada or ICC, Teresita Dandan, TTD, and Velina Salinas slept in his room alternately, it led me to believe that it was just normal and harmless. Moreover, we had been conditioned to suppress any negative thoughts about him. We were warned that any suspicion on him would reflect our own personality, using the words found in 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 15, I quote, "To the pure, all things are pure, but to those who are corrupted and do not believe, nothing is pure. In fact, both their minds and consciences are corrupted," unquote. And in those days, absolute obedience was a must. We needed to have an unquestioned loyalty and reverence toward him. Sleeping beside a man I believed to be chosen by God was for me then a great privilege, an opportunity for a sinner like me. But what followed shattered my sense of faith and trust. Without a word, after turning off the light, he embraced me, undressed me, and violated me with his lustful act, and left me in shock and speechless. He then said, "This is the fulfillment of God's revelation." He explained that God had revealed to him that I was to partake in God's life through him by surrendering my body, soul, and spirit. He also mentioned that other girls would go through him in a similar manner. His words were strange, but I was too shocked to respond. The following day after that Sunday worship service, Apollo C. Quiboloy left for Manila, while I was left to carry on with my duties, including organizing carolers for our annual fundraising. Confusion consumed me. I felt betrayed by my faith, by him, and even perhaps by myself. I began questioning whether what had happened was indeed God's will or simply a gross abuse of power. When I returned to Manila, I was once again instructed to sleep in his room. Fear gripped me, but defying the anointing of God was unthinkable. We had been taught that such disobedience would invite a curse. The next morning, he asked if I understood God's revelation. I remained silent, unable to process what had happened. He then referenced me to Philippians chapter 2, verses 6 to 12, explaining that just as Jesus humbled himself and obeyed God, even to the point of death, so he too must obey God's will by partaking in carnal things. He claimed this was necessary for him to understand the human experience and to fully empathize with others. He even told me that he had also been reluctant to accept God's revelation, but as God's chosen one, he had no choice but to act on it. I was more confused with his explanation, but I could not complain. I wanted to go out from the ministry, but I lacked courage. I did not know where to ask help. I had cut all the bridges behind my life, and I could hardly go back because it would mean starting all over again. My family was poor, and I had no connections. My option was to stay because I was still bothered with what if it was indeed God's will? December of the same year was an escape for me. Caroling is one of our sources of funds, and which had been participated in by every member of the ministry all over the country, became my excuse of staying away from the worker's house in Manila where he stayed. In January 1994, I was in his room with Ingrid Canada, the international coordinator of the church, Tessie Dandan, the national administrator for the church in the Philippines, and Felina Salinas, his personal assistant. During that...
Miss Teresita, before you continue po, yung nabanggit nyo ng 2 beses, Ingrid Canada, nandito po ba siya sa harapan ninyo?
Yes, katabi po siya ni Mr. Quiboloy.
Sila po, yung nagtaas ng kamay. All right, salamat po. Please proceed, Miss Teresita.
During that meeting, he informed the girls that I would be included in the inner circle. Right there and then, I realized that these women had likely endured similar experiences. Without any words, we shared a mutual understanding. None of us dared speak about what had happened to us. In February 1994, I was sent to Hong Kong, still carrying all the confusions and emotional turmoil. Despite this, I continued to pretend that everything was fine. When one of our musicians, JC Pangilinan, was scheduled to return to the Philippines, I seized the opportunity to send a personal letter to ACQ. In that letter, I poured out my feelings, openly expressing my emotional distress. I was honest about how deeply shocked I was to learn of his life beyond the pulpit. The man I had revered as a holy figure was in reality an ordinary mortal, one who had exploited my genuine commitment and dedication to God. My faith wavered and everything I had once believed was shattered. I prepared myself for a harsh response, expecting a violent reaction from him. To my surprise, there was none. Instead, I was sent back here. Upon my return, I was even more surprised to learn that I had been promoted. I was appointed National Crusade Coordinator, National Logistics Coordinator, and Luzon Area Administrator all at once. This was a sudden and significant promotion from my previous role. By God's grace, I excelled in all my assigned tasks. Despite this, fear gripped me every time Apollo Quiboloy would come to Manila. My only relief was when one of the girls would accompany him, giving me an excuse not to sleep with him. I kept myself busy, visiting satellite churches to distract my confusion and agony. One day, ICC confronted me saying, ACQ sensed my distance. I made my work an excuse. February 15, 1998, ACQ used me again. It was always out of fear that I obeyed, a fear mixed with anxiety that he might knew how I pretended to be extremely grateful that he allowed me to be a part of his physical life, because in all honesty, and God truly knew I was not. All the pent-up emotions suffocated me that on the following day, while preparing for church, I collapsed. ACQ performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but later I learned he told others that it was just a way for me to seduce him, labeling me as Jezebel the temptress. I believe Apollo Carrion Quiboloy understood that I never wanted the life he was trying to impose on me. My decision to dedicate my life to God's service was driven by a sincere desire for spiritual purification from the sins I had committed before becoming a full-time worker. I had only one goal: to live a holy life and ultimately to attain heaven. As the Bible says in Colossians chapter 3, verse 5, I quote, "Put to death, therefore, whatever belongs to your earthly nature, sexual immorality, impurity, lust." But how could I achieve this with the circumstances that I was in? Disobedience and complaints were never an option. Anyone who did so was labeled as carnal, as someone who did not overcome the flesh. Everything was always twisted. One day, I said, "Sir has noticed that you've been distant." I made up excuses, trying to avoid the truth. I had been telling Tracy Dan that I was extremely exhausted. She presumed that I was just too focused of my responsibilities, especially in the logistics department. I was always pressured to meet my 15 million quota. Every December on caroling season, if ever the sense that there was really something wrong with my belief, I was instructed to prepare my documents for my USA visa, and I believe realization came later when I already left from his group, that it was also to distance me from the workers and members here, that I might be able to tell his dark secret. I never wanted to go to America because inside of me were unresolved spiritual issues, confused mind that bothered me always. But my visa was approved. I didn't knew that I was to lead and plan for the fundraising to be done in America, and we would employ the same strategy of our money-making here in the country. In America, I witnessed the double standard life. What we prohibited in the Philippines, we did them there. We lived in luxury. We toured around. We dined in fine and expensive restaurants. We watched movies. Sky's the limit when they went shopping. I decided to stay in the apartment where the minister and his family lived. Despite the insistence of ICC to stay with them, I refused. I made a lot of excuses. Sapagkat, hindi ko po natin na kaming nasa Amerika ay masyadong nagpakasasa sa paggasta sa pera na masyadong pinaghirapan ng mga kapatiran at ng mga full-time workers. Bilang namuno po sa crusades evangelism at logistics departments, saksi po ako kung paano nagsakripisyo ang bawat isa para lang makapagbigay sa iba't ibang pangangailangan sa simbahan. Nakita ko na kahit pambili ng bigas ng membro, kailangan sakripisyo pa para lang maibigay sa simbahan kahit gugutumin pa ang mga pamilya. Nasaksipan ko po na kahit last centavo para pamasahe, kailangang ibigay pa rin. Bahala nang maglakad papuntang simbahan ang mga mahihirap na membro. Hindi kinaya ng aking konsensya ang double standard life. Maraming workers ang napalo dahil sa panunood na ng sine, pero kami sa Amerika, halos linggo-linggo nanood ng sine, bawal sa amin ito dati. Naghirap ang maraming workers at members sa pagkaruling at pagsulisit sa bawat tao sa lahat ng dako dito sa ating bansa. May namatay, may na-aksidente, may nakulong, may mga na-rape pa na hindi na na-report. Dahil baka hindi paniwalaan at baka makapag-fasting pa dahil may kasalanan na itinago, kaya napahintulutang nangyari. Lahat may kota, di ba? Napakasakit po sa damdamin ko dahil ako po ang namuno sa mga fundraisings. After December season, ang mga members kailangang magtinda ng mga kakanin para maibigay sa mga pledges for Alay kay Kristo, building funds, love offerings, television pledges, tithes and others. And when they could not provide for their own foods, they would just resort to fasting. Meron din pa akong quota, 10 to 15 million pesos to raise in the month of December alone. I organized the carolers nationwide to meet my quota. We recruited and trafficked our young people from Mindanao and Visayas to carol in the provinces of Luzon and in the national capital region cities. Marami pong estudyante na Nobyembre pa lang kailangan nang mag-absent sa paralan at ang iba hindi na nakabalik sa pag-aaral dahil inuna ang simbahan, inuna ang pagkaroling, inuna ang paghanap ng pera. But nobody questioned where our income was spent. Sa mga buwan ng Pebrero hanggang Oktubre, ang ibang workers na nasa logistics department, kailangan mag-solicit na naman throughout the country using the permits of the different associations. Pag-asa ng buhay, Children's Way Foundation, tulong sa may kapansanan, handog ng pagmamahal, pagdamay sa dukha, Shivers for Christ. The supposed income na dapat ibigay sa mga beneficiaries, sa mga nasabing associations, hindi naman talaga truthfully and honestly na ibigay. Only a little portion of the income was shared to the beneficiaries. Ang ibang workers naman, walang hinto sa pagtinda rin ng mga kakanin na may quota of 500 to 1,000 pesos a day, Monday to Saturday. Ito ang buhay ng mga workers na nasa logistics department. In America, they began to notice my indifference. ICC called my attention, stating there were reports from my assistant in the logistics department in Manila that I had secretly sent money to my family. Then, she informed me that ministers wrote letters to ACQ and reported that I tempted and fornicated with them during my visits to their satellite churches. I was so shocked to learn of the sudden accusations. I also wrote a letter and enumerated the real circumstances of my life with all the ministers I came in contact with in relation to our aggressive fundraising, being the National Logistics Coordinator. However, that was not enough. I was then forced to write a long letter of confession, making it appear that I was a sinner who committed all kinds of sins, including those I had committed before joining the ministry. I complied, believing that through this written confession, I would be totally forgiven from my old sins and burdens and be completely sanctified. In detail, I wrote everything I thought was considered sin I had committed from childhood until the present. I also implicated ACQ in my sins. It had the same tenor of the letter I wrote in Hong Kong in 1994. And this time, he was furious. Then ICC instructed me to revise my letter. I was told not to implicate ACQ and to state that I was the sole sinner and I was filthy. Upon realizing how angry ACQ was, I revised my letter out of fear and stated that I had sinned because I truly was filthy. In detail, I imagined scenes.
Ms. Teresita, yung paulit-ulit yung binabanggit na ICC, sino po yun?
Ingrid Chavez Canada po.
Sila pa rin po. All right. Please
In
proceed.
detail, I imagined scenes and I made it appear that I had committed them all. That was how stupid I was to obey and exaggerate my story. Just to appease the anger of our leader, Apollo C. Quiboloy, not knowing it would become my death sentence later. My exaggerated story was then distributed to all his leaders and ministers, and they believed I was filthy, I was pervert, and I was wicked, painting me as the sole guilty party, while ACQ remained innocent. Little did I know this confession would lead to my condemnation within the ministry.
And Ms. Teresita, pag sinasabi nyo ACQ, sino po yun?
Apollo Carrion Quiboloy po,
All right.
October 15, 1998. I was sent back here to receive a punishment through prayer and fasting in the guise of spiritual discipline. And the fasting they planned for me was beyond my imagination. It took me 7 months to suffer hunger and isolation in the mountain of Tamayong in Kalinan, Davao City. They placed me in a small, dark, elevated room beside a kitchen, separated only by a mat and walls. My bed was rough, made of uneven slabs, with exposed nails pressing into my back as I slept. I woke up this morning in pain, with no beddings, and the cold October nights left me shivering. I requested a blanket and a mat, but I was denied. Every day from 8 to 5 p.m., I followed a strict routine, regardless of the weather, enduring hunger and isolation. No one allowed near me, as I was labeled filthy and deserving of this punishment. Members were forbidden to speak to me. I was physically very weak and so depressed. I prayed that God would just take my life. Ilang beses po ako nanalangin na sana kunin na lang ng Panginoon. I started to question God and wondered if this was truly a divine process or simply human punishment. I asked myself, is this ACQ's way of retaliating because I rejected the life he imposed on me? It felt like vengeance and disguised as spiritual discipline. My only solace came from reading the Word of God from Genesis to Revelation over and over again. Every day was a struggle of faith. I struggled to believe that the process was still the perfect will of God for me. I struggled to believe that I really was a sinner and that I was recuperating from my spiritual disease for the lack of faith. That was to justify my present pains and at least lighten my burden of loneliness. On January 8, 1999, I gave ACQ a resignation letter and I requested for a fare so that I can travel back to my home in my province. He did not approve my resignation letter. I pleaded to Ingrid, and like a child, I cried for help. But she remained untouched, telling me that it was a divine process. After that conversation, misery doubled. I had no money, and I was still physically weak, so there was no way for me to go out from the compound of the prayer mountain. Waiting for the restoration was the only alternative at the moment. If not for the comforting words of God, surely I would be totally gone out of my mind. They continually accused me of sins they alone knew, unimagined, that would always lead me into fasting. It eventually hardened my heart because I started to realize that the purpose of doing it was to totally break me down and to even slowly kill me. I no longer saw the reason to stay. I submitted my resignation as a full-time volunteer worker for the second time. But Apollo Carrion Quiboloy refused it again. A week later, on September 30, 1999, I decided to leave without asking for permission, determined to free myself from his control. It was only when I left out of the group that I finally clearly understood that the man I had believed to be God's chosen and holy was an impostor, oppressor, and deceiver. He manipulated me using his authority and power as God's anointed. I thank God that he took me out from his bondage, from that ambiguous feeling of fear mingled with so much love and loyalty to my Redeemer, Jesus Christ. But he was not finished with me and did not stop terrorizing me. Alex Camia, his personal bodyguard, a full-time worker, once known to be a champion in gun shooting before he joined the group of ACQ, together with his team, kept coming to my place to harass me, serving a fake warrant of arrest to a minister who stayed in my house. This minister settled in my place after he was gunned down in Davao City but survived. The team of Alice Camia was apprehended, and when investigated, they had several firearms in the car, several plate numbers, and there was also a red plate. The registered owner of the car was Apollo C. Quiboloy. Because of their failure to serve the warrant of arrest, they blamed me for hiding the minister and filed cases against me of obstructing justice and grave misconduct and an act unbecoming a public official. After that incident, I heard that Alex Camia was the suspect of the murder of an ex-worker who was shot down inside his home, and this ex-worker did not survive. I was scared to death when I heard this news. My option was to remain silent because killing could have actually happened when Camia and his group came to my place. There was also an ex-worker, Elsa Bolivar, who was a senior citizen, a woman shot dead while she was in her garden in Tagum City. I was so hysterical when pictures of her bullet-ridden body were sent to me because she had just visited me in my place before it happened. Fear consumed me and I remained silent. 3 years ago, nagkausap po kami ni Alex Camia. Humingi po siya ng kapatawaran at nagsabi na siya ay nautusan lang po na kailangan din akong iligpit. Pinaniwala po siya na ako ay may malaking kasalanan at ako ay napakasamang babae. Nang tinanong ko kung ano ang aking kasalanan, sinabihan daw siya na tinukso ko raw si Apollo Carrion Quiboloy. Nakiapi daw ako sa mga ministro. Narinig naman po ninyo yung sa video. Nakipagtalik daw ako mismo doon sa workers' house at nagnakaw daw ako ng 3 million pesos. He even said in Bisaya, di ba nagtugot man ang Ginoo pagpatay sa dautan? Doesn't God permit the killing of the wicked? Doon ko lang naintindihan na kailangang i-declare ni Apollo Quiboloy sa lahat ng mga workers at members na ako'y makasalanan at napakasamang babae para magiging makatwiran ang lahat ng parusa na binigay sa akin at magiging makatwiran din kung bakit ako kailangang patayin. Apollo Quiboloy called me Jezebel, the temptress, using his pulpit to broadcast how filthy and evil I was. This became a pattern. Kung may mga workers na may alam sa kaniyang buhay, sa sikretong buhay at aalis sa kanyang kingdom, sila ay akusahan ng napakaraming kasalanan. He would always exaggerate their weaknesses at ipaniwala sa mga workers at members na sila ay umalis dahil may mga marumi at mga napakasamang mga tao. His followers only heard his side of the story, which was always filled with lies and twisted truths. The other side, our side, excuse me, was never heard and was never allowed to be heard. They only believed whatever he fed them and even defended him and attacked those who defied their leader without investigating the truthfulness of the circumstances. Nakita naman po siguro natin kung paano siniraan ng mga workers at defenders ni Apollo Quiboloy ang mga testigo dito. Mga napakasamang descriptions para lang ipahiya ang mga nagsalita ng kanilang mga karanasan sa loob ng kanilang kingdom. Mga salitang hindi nababagay sa mga tinatawag na mga citizen ng kingdom of Jesus Christ. Their intention is only to demoralize and warn others of the consequences of defiance. Last August 2021, during one of his television programs, he once again maligned me, broadcasting nationally and internationally that I was a fornicator and an immoral woman, which we have just watched. Madam Chair, I would like to remind Mr. Quiboloy to remember the biblical stories about the lives of King Nebuchadnezzar, King Sennacherib, and King Herod. All of them fell into the hands of the Lord. Nebuchadnezzar, you know that, was separated from his people and lived like a beast and ate grass for 7 years. King Sennacherib died a tragic death, murdered by his own sons. King Herod was struck by the angel of God, died, and his body was eaten by worms. Their sin was that they replaced God with themselves, considering themselves as gods and blaspheming the one true God. This is all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Salamat po, Ms. Teresita, sa testimonya mo. Kahit kailangan mong iyakan para basahin sa amin. Bago yung isa munang follow-up question ko sa inyo, gusto kong i-acknowledge yung presensya online ni Senator Cynthia Villar. Salamat, Senator Cynthia, sa pagdalo nyo. At ang Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. Salamat kaayo sa pagdalo. Kung walang opening statement si Senator Coco at si Senator Cynthia, bago yung interjection ni Majority Leader sa Department of Justice, isang mabilis na follow-up question sa ngayon, Ms. Teresita o Ms. Ging, Ate Ging, just for the record, guilty ba kayo dun sa mga krimen na inakusa sa inyo, yung pagnakaw ng 3 million pesos, yung pag-fornicate sa iba pang mga ministro? Guilty ba kayo sa mga iyon?
Of course not.
All right, salamat kaayo. Majority Leader, for your interjection with the
Thank you, Madam
DOJ.
Chair. Nothing to do with the previous testimony. Magpapaalam po kasi ako kasi magsasalita po ako sa Liga ng mga Barangay and the Minority Leader is already here to fill up some legal questions likewise. But Madam Chair, before I leave, gusto ko lang tanungin ang hindi ko kasi nakita kanina, dito pala ang Department of Justice relative to my previous questions answered by the DFA. This is speculative, academic, and purely legal. If, if an extradition request is lodged before the DFA, there is under the PD, which I cited before, a process which would necessitate the Department of Justice to file a petition. But that is another court. And that is another court which would constitute as the extradition court here in the Philippines. And if there is going to be an extradition hearing, the purpose is not to determine the guilt or innocence of the accused, but whether they would fall under the ambit of our extradition treaty. Is that correct? Who will answer? Attorney Torrevillas or Attorney Quintana? Speculative lang ito. Ano lang to? Kasi
Senior State Counsel Quintana, I believe, Majority Leader.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Your Honor. As to the as to what will happen on, should the Department of Foreign Affairs later on receive a request for the extradition of Mr. Quiboloy and the present criminal cases are filed against him, the Philippines, as a requested state under the Philippines-U.S. extradition treaty, has the option to postpone the filing of the extradition case, in which case,
postpone.
only the filing, Your Honor.
But is the extradition court would be constituted here in the Philippines.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not necessarily the court where the hearing is being
Yes,
conducted.
it would be a separate separate proceeding, and as I mentioned, it might be postponed, or we can accept the request and file the case in a separate extradition
It
case.
will not be a criminal court.
No, Your Honor. As you correctly pointed out earlier, the extradition court is not there to determine the guilt or innocence of the subject of the request.
Thank you, attorney. But my second question is related to the first question and to the previous questions. The extradition shall not be granted under Article 4 when the person sought has been tried, convicted, or acquitted. Tama po ba yun? So pag may pending case na rito at mabilis yung proseso, conviction or acquittal, hindi na siya pwedeng i-extradite. Is that correct?
Your Honor, under Article 4, that may be a ground for refusal of the request for extradition, but that in that case, so Your Honor, ang ano po dun parang in effect parang double jeopardy. But in this instance po, there is no double jeopardy kasi po yung
Saying double jeopardy. One of the grounds for refusal would be when there has been a trial, conviction, or acquittal that's explicitly stated under Article 4 prior prosecution. Double jeopardy will not apply because of the concept of dual sovereignty. Am I correct?
yes, Your Honor.
So, ang tanong ko, mas makakabuti ba na mas mabilis ang trial sa Pasig which would result in either conviction or acquittal dahil hindi na pwedeng ma-extradite?
Sir, it's independent of the request for extradition. So regardless if the criminal cases are terminated, are expedited, it will not affect the extradition request.
Siguro, aralin niyo mabuti itong Section 1 ng Article 4. Parang very explicit naman ito. You still have time. Number 3 question, I learned that correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure you're following this through news accounts, that the Department of Justice of the United States dismissed the charges against a certain Miss Dueñas. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, and this was just a few weeks ago.
Last week, Your Honor.
Last week.
October 7.
So, ang tanong ko rito, and this will probably be a lingering question, what would be the effect of the dismissal of the U.S. cases against, is Dueñas a miss or a male? Ano ba yan?
He.
Female? She? Female.
Female.
What would be the effect of the dismissal of the U.S. cases against Ms. Dueñas to the pending cases of Pastor Quiboloy in the Philippines, since some of the elements would be the same?
Your Honor, if I may defer to Prosecutor Torrevillas.
Torrevillas.
Deputy State Prosecutor Torrevillas, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Senator Tolentino. It will not affect the cases pending against Pastor Quiboloy, considering that Ms. Dueñas is not one of the accused in those cases.
one of the accused in cases pending before the regional trial court here in Pasig or in the United States Department of Justice? Saan po? Saan jurisdiction?
Before the Regional Trial Court of Pasig and Quezon City, Mr. Senator.
So it won't affect.
Yes.
But there is an interrelationship between the elements involved in the U.S. cases and the Philippine cases. Tama po ba yan? And probably I'm not jumping the gun on what the defense counsels were doing. So walang effect. As I've said, this is just speculative.
It will not affect the cases pending before the Regional Trial Court of Quezon City and the Regional Trial Court of Pasig because Ms. Dueñas is not one of the accused, neither she one of the witnesses for the prosecution.
But some of the defendants in the case pending before the U.S. Department of Justice are likewise defendants, are accused here in the Philippines. And I understand there would be a second hearing come May 20 before the U.S. Department of Justice. Tama po ba yun?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. So paano naman kung yun ang magkaroon ng ibang desisyon while pending dito sa Pasig and Quezon City yung ibang kaso? Any speculative answer? O kung wala, mahirap na
It
siguro.
has no connection at all
connection
because,
at all.
opo.
Different jurisdictions, different elements. Again, Madam Chair, maraming salamat po sa pagbibigay sa akin ng pagkakataong makapagsalita. I reiterate again my earlier statements that respect and dignity should permeate the entire proceedings today. And I hope that the dignity of the Senate through this committee will be enshrined, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataong ito at maraming salamat sa mga resource persons natin na dumalo. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Dagang salamat.
Maraming salamat din po, Majority Leader, and of course, the Chair and the whole committee ay nakikiisa dun sa patuloy na pagtaguyod ng respeto at dignidad ng Senado at ng Senado para sa lahat ng lumalahok dito sa ating mga pagdinig. So balikan po natin si Ms. Teresita, si Atiging, mga patuloy po na follow-up questions ko sa inyong testimonya kanina. So, batay po pa rin po dun sa testimonyang binasa nyo kanina, anong taon nga po kayo sinimulang abusuhin ayon sa inyong testimony at alaala?
It was in October of 1993.
October of 1993. So, 31 years ago po.
Yes po.
Alright. Tapos ulitin ko lang po yung nabalitaan kong fasting o dry fast. So, hindi kayo pinakain, hindi kayo pinainom ng tubig. Ilang araw nga po ba ginawa ito sa inyo? At wala po bang kasamahan ninyo doon na sinubukang tulungan kayo?
Of course, nobody would ever dare help me because upon instruction na hindi nga ako and they were not even allowed to talk to me, nor even to come near to me. So actually there were two sets of fasting given to me. One set was, there was 10 days fasting. There was no food, no water. It was Ninit Ukyas who gave me the list of instruction, and number one in the list is to do dry fast for straight 10 days.
Sino po nagbigay ng instruction?
Ninit Ukyas.
Nenet Okyas.
Yeah.
Okay po.
And then, I only was able to eat a little amount of rice and viand on the 39th day because when you had fasted, hindi naman kailangan kakain ka agad. So, there was water, then then lugaw, and then finally on the 39th day, that was the time I was able to eat rice. And then after that, there was that second round of fasting, which was even more miserable. It started on February 6, 1999, and there were other workers also. And that was very miserable because it was like this. We were given 5 days or sometimes 7 days. It was a kind of a series of fasting. The first, second, third days were for dry fasting, meaning you were not allowed to drink, of course, to eat food, dry foods. And on the fourth, sometimes it's water, sometimes it's sometimes it's lugaw. Then another 5 days, the same pattern. Sometimes it became 7. It ended on the it ended on the month of May because I have my diary on that.
So yung pangalawang dry fasting, 3 buwan na may iba't ibang klasing fasting for 5 days or 7 days. 1 to 3 days na dry fasting.
Yes.
On the 4th day may tubig o yung yung pinakuluan ng sinaing, 'di ba? Yung
And-
pinapainom ng mga lolo't lola natin sa mga baby nung panahon ng World War II.
Yung sabaw ng ano po.
Sabaw.
lugaw.
Sabaw ng lugaw
Yes po.
or lugaw. So over 3 months may ganitong series ng mga iba't ibang klase ng dry fasting.
Yes po. But I was together with other workers also because they were also punished, but I was the longest. I stayed there for the longest 3 months.
And yung una pong dry fast, yung unang set ng pagpapa-dry fast sa inyo na 10 araw, walang pagkain, walang tubig. 10 araw na walang tubig at 10 araw na walang pagkain?
Yes po, that's true.
Paano niyo po na-survive yun?
I did not even think I would survive
Opo.
because of course the place was cold. And then every time in the morning when I took a bath, so parang doon ko na lang nalalasap yung tubig. Kaya I keep taking a bath 3 times a day.
Iniinom niyo na lang yung
Halos, hindi ko mainom
tubig
kasi
pampaligo.
natatakot ka namang baka masira yung tiyan mo. Parang ganun lang, parang
And after 39 days, ganun ulit, pinainom muna kayo ng tubig, ng
And,
and then pinakain ng lugaw, and finally, kanin.
yes, on the 39th day. But there was a month, I think it was month of December, may kinain na rin ako doon. Kaya lang, again, maybe they were not satisfied with the result. Maybe they wanted me to really slowly kill me. So again, I had another series of fasting that was, as what I have said, it started on February 6th and ended on the month of May.
During those 2 times po, yung dalawang set ng dry fasting, yung unang 10 araw at yung pangalawang umabot ng 3 buwan, nakakulong kayo noon or were you restrained in any way?
No, I was just there in the mountain, in the prayer mountain, not really kulong, but the place is big naman. So I had to go to the prayer house. I had to pray, I think 3 times a day. 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 4 times a day. 4 and then 6 o'clock in the evening.
And kanina sabi nyo dun sa pangalawang set ng dry fasting sa inyo, over 3 months, may ibang workers pa kayong kasama, bagamat hindi sila kasing tagal na pinadry fast tulad ninyo. Bukod dyan sa pagpapadry fast, yung ganyang abuso sa inyo, meron ka bang na-witness na iba pang mga pang-aabuso sa iba pang workers?
Yes po. Actually, there were workers who were placed in a closed tent. Parang Bartolina, ang tawag namin doon Bartolina. They were placed in a closed tent. There were even torches placed around because during the evening they would put fire on the torches, and then they put and peed inside the tent, closed tent. And then, of course, they suffered too much heat in daytime and the colds in the evening. But eventually, they managed to escape one by one. But the only one who survived, she was rescued because she was dehydrated already.
So the only one who survived, na-rescue,
Yeah, it was Lani Alfaro.
dehydrated, si Miss Lani Alfaro. Ano po nangyari dun sa ibang nag-escape dun sa mga tents na yon?
Actually, because there were ministers who were also used as their security guards, they were actually helped by the ministers to just escape.
So may mga minister din naman na naawa sa kanila at
Meron din po.
tinulungan silang makatakas.
Yes po.
Okay. Tapos, Ms. Teresita, Atiging, tama po ba na naging subject kayo ng attempted assassination? Ito po ba yung sinabing ginawa ng Angel of Death?
Of course, I would really think that way because I was just a mere worker, a civilian. And then why would these people come to my place, bring those firearms? They were there. And if it was only to serve the warrant of arrest for my co-ministers, why would they have a backup car? And I was made to believe that it was really their intention to harass me and to terrorize me in my place.
May dala po silang warrant of arrest? Saan
Yes.
galing po yung warrant ngayon?
As I have stated, there was actually one minister who had a problem, no? Then he was gunned down in Davao City. Then I actually helped him settled in my place. And then
Ito po yung
He was-
nag-survive ng assassination attempt.
survived. Then he was served by that warrant of arrest. And then, because he was in my house, I helped him actually.
So nung pumunta yung mga may dalang firearms at may backup vehicle, yung sineserve nilang warrant ay para dun sa nag-survive sa assassination attempt na kinupkup nyo.
Yes po, actually para sa kanya. But I was made to believe that ako rin, pwede rin nila akong patayin. Bakit? Because there was one time, because that Alex Camia was with a policeman. Bakit kailangan nila akong parang i-scale sale nila yung opisina ko? Bakit parang tinitingnan nila kung nasaan ako doon? Kung ang gusto lang talaga, if they really wanted the warrant of arrest to be served with that person, why came to my office? For what? So
Yung Alex Camia ay may kasamang pulis o siya mismo ay pulis o PNP?
no, he was with a policeman, an official policeman during that time. At saka meron din po siyang kasamang siyempre driver. At saka, because I only learned later that there were two vehicles actually, but during those times, isa lang ang alam ko. Nung nakausap ko yung backup driver, kasi he is with me now, doon ko lang nalaman na may backup driver, may backup vehicle pala sila.
Ngayon, Ms. Teresita at Tiging, pioneering member po kayo ng
Yes.
KOJC. Alam nyo rin po ba yung business model ng fundraising ninyo at paano ito nagsimula? Sinabanggit nyo, naging head kayo ng logistics, kayo po nag-organize ng mga caroling, yung mga solicitation. Paano po yun nagsimula at anong alam niyo dun sa kabuuang business model?
Yes po, the caroling really had become, or maybe has even until now become, one of the sources of funds in the ministry. In 1988, I was able to join here in Manila, and we were only caroling the cities within the cities of the NCR. But when I was given the opportunity to lead the fundraising, I made it nationwide. I actually organized the nationwide caroling, Madam Chair. Then what happened? I had every province. I had leaders overseeing 70 to 100 carolers, including adults who would be cooking and washing their clothes. And in the NCR alone, we had, I think, 13 leaders overseeing 20 to 30 members also, do caroling from 8 o'clock in the morning to sometimes 10 o'clock in the evening, going around the cities of Manila, just caroling, all the people here in the Metro Manila. Then, because I had a quota of, it started with 10 million until it became 15 million. Of course, they also had a quota. I also gave them the quota to meet my total quota of 15 million.
So, sa bawat probinsya, nung ginawa nyo ng nationwide yung caroling, di na lang sa NCR, may isa kayong leader na bawat isa may 17 to 100 carolers. At dito naman sa NCR, kung saan kayo nagsimula, naging 13 leaders na may 20 to 30 members each. So, i-multiply lang po natin. So, sila po yung pinapatawan nyo noon ng quota para mabuo yung 10 to 15 million pesos. Ano po ito? Per day? Per week?
No, that's 1
10 to
month of
15 per
currently.
month.
Yep, yes.
Per month. And so 14 hours a day sila pwedeng nagkakarol, nag-fundraise 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Yes po.
Ganun po katagal. Alright. Dagang salamat, Ms. Teresita Atiging. Please stay on sa hearing natin dahil yung mga kasama kong senador, mga kauban ko, including our minority leader, may have questions for you. Yes, the minority leader would like to interject now. You have the floor, Senator
Okay,
Coco.
Ma'am Ging, no? So, dito lang ako nababahala sa sinabi mo na dry fasting,
Yes
2
po.
times ang experiences mo. And sa experience mo, it was a form of punishment.
Very much a form of punishment. But it was actually a disguise like a spiritual discipline on me.
Okay, but
Because
pero it was presented still as a disciplinary measure.
Yes
Okay.
po.
But have you seen dry fasting as a form of a ritual or not as a form of a punishment? Is it also practiced there?
Actually, there were 2 meanings, no? Of course, when we were instructed to do dry fasting, we would always consider it as our sanctification, as our cleansing on us, because we would always believe that we were always made to believe that we were sinners, and we do accept that we were sinners, so we had to go through fasting.
In the 2 particular, sa mention mo kasi dalawa, ang particular
Yes po.
cases, hindi ko na matandaan yung mga months. Pero in your particular case, punishment.
At first, I did not consider it as punishment.
No, wag yung consider. How was it presented to you? You have to undergo dry fasting as a punishment?
Spiritual discipline on the first,
Oh.
talaga spiritual discipline.
Kung andun yung discipline, punishment. Di ba? Okay. Yung
Yes.
pangalawa,
Yes po.
yung pangalawa, was it what? A punishment also, yung pangalawa?
Mas lalong punishment on the second round. Maybe
Okay.
because they saw me alive still and still kicking. It was not their intention to really see me alive.
Okay.
That's why I had my second series of fasting.
But sa observation mo, tagal ka dyan sa kingdom meron, you also undergo fasting as a part of a ritual, not as a punishment. Tama?
Yes, there were many times.
As severe as dry fasting?
No, mine was actually was the worst.
Yun yung mga fasting na alam natin, yung babawasan
Yes,
mo lang yung
yes, po.
quantity ng kakainin mo, siguro ganun, ano?
Yes,
Yun ba yung meaning ng, yun yung sa ritual?
Yes,
Okay.
ritual.
Ngayon, sa karanasan mo, ikaw kasi, obviously, nag-survive ka ng dry fasting mo as punishment Sa personal knowledge mo, meron kayong kasama sa KOJC na nag-suffer ng masamang consequence as a result of dry fasting as a form of punishment?
Wala naman akong
Wala kang
alam
alam.
because I left 1993,
1999, you
pa
left
po.
1993? When did you leave?
1999 pa po.
1999. Sige po. Pero sabi mo, founding member ka, so, pero wala kayong nakita pala. Okay.
So far, wala.
Kasi sana, kung meron, i-encourage natin sila ngayon na magreklamo sila because this might be a violation of the revised penal code. How is it enforced pala? How is it enforced? Sabi mo kasi sa Prayer Mountain, you're free to roam around Pwede kang gumalaw. So, paano kung super gutom ka na? Can you cheat? Can you cheat on the dry fasting punishment?
We were tempted to do that, but because we were so afraid, baka madagdagan pa yung araw pag malaman.
Okay, meron kang kinikwento na although hindi ikaw yung involved, sabi mo lang na may close tent, may mga ganon. Tapos may mga ministro na sila na mismo nagpatakas doon sa mga pinapunish, So naawa na rin siguro sila na napaka-severe ng mga punishment. But you did not experience that kaya medyo ano yan. Did you actually witness it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then did the ministers actually tell you na pinatakas namin ito si...
No, I was just told after those incidents when they got connected to me.
So kasi ang lumalabas na issue dito, Madam Chair, is if there is a religious group or an organized group na meron silang system of punishment, baka yung mga severity naman ng mga punishment, baka some of these punishments already cross the line, ano? Na they may amount to already violation of the revised penal code. Sige. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you also, Minority Leader. So, Mr. Resita, Atiging, again, salamat kaayo and please stay on for the rest of our hearing, lalo na kung may ibang mga issues na ma-raise na gusto rin naming itanong sa inyo. At this point po, our next witness is Yulia Tartova, a former pastoral and victim survivor of sexual abuse at the hands of Apollo Quiboloy. She's joining our hearing live from Ukraine. Just to refresh our memory, let's listen to Yulia's video. And after that, she is here to answer any other questions that we might have. So let's just view again Yulia's video at that time as alias Sofia.
I was about 21 years old. It was 2014. And
Where did you stay?
I stay in a dorm, like a building, separate building. And most of the people there was Ukrainian.
Tell me how your relationship with Pastor Quiboloy developed or unfolded.
At first, our relationship was very good, very warm, very friendly. I didn't feel everything like, oh, he's like me, no, there's nothing about that. And transfer me in one room. I live with the Jack Roy. She's pastoral and one of the closest, like she's very close to pastor. And I live with her in one room. And little by little, some girls like Jack Roy and other girls of pastorals are Filipino. They used to fellowship to me like, are you ready to sacrifice everything to God, to the Father, like pastor? Of course, I already sacrificed. I leave my job, I leave my school, I leave my friends, my parents. I already sacrificed a lot of, so what do you mean? I cannot understand, because I already sacrificed and it's the life that I choose and I live, and I believe that this is God's way for me. So, and they were just like, even your body you can sacrifice. When he see that there is no Ukrainian girls and I'm alone, so he start more and more to talk to me. Are you want to sacrifice? Are you want to sacrifice everything, even your body? I'm very innocent. I really didn't, nobody talked to me like straightly, that this is what will happen. And I remember that time came and Atejak came to me in the night and she said, I want you to massage pastor's feet before he sleep. When Atejak called me for night to massage him, I didn't think that this is what will happen, even though I was nervous. And she saw that I'm crying, but I'm still do what they want me to do. I take a bath, I put this pajama and I'm crying, I'm scaring, and it's night, and they put me, because I never stay in the pastor alone in the night, in the dark, and I was nervous. It was big room. And before room, there is a little room. So Atejak lead me there, and she said, go in pastor's room. And I just stayed in this little room because I was scary and I was crying. And pastor was waiting for me till he realized that I'm not coming. And he by myself went out and pulled me in his room. And I was like scary. And he said, like, massage my feet here, 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 and then little by little, and I was very nervous, and it was dark. And suddenly he started to move my hands to put on his. He said, massage here, and I said, oh my God, okay. And I massaged. And after that, little by little, he just turned to me and he removed my clothes. And I even can, because I was very shocked. I was like, I cannot explain, because I was nervous. If this is what happened, he just removed my clothes and have.
Women below the age of 18 years old, were they also being used?
Yeah, I didn't know about this for how many years till before I left Philippines. I heard from other, like, she's very close to pastor. She grew up with him. She's a senior there, and she's pastoral. And I heard that, oh, you're crying, because I always complain about this pastoral's ministry. And she said, oh, you're crying that you're pastoral. At least you're mature, but I become a pastoral in 12 years old. This is time when I was like shocked. The next day when I heard this, that become a pastoral and 12 years old, I started to fight with pastor and ask why, is it normal?
Miss Yulia? Miss Yulia, I think your audio is still muted. Could you please unmute?
Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Miss Yulia. Thank you for joining us in the hearing.
Thank you.
Can
for
you hear
inviting me.
us?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Yulia. Before some of my follow-up questions about the previous video and also with your presence with us today, could I just quickly ask, in the video you mentioned Jack Roy. Can you confirm if she is here today in the hearing? If she is to the right or to the left of Pastor?
I cannot hear.
You
See
cannot
the
see?
video. Yeah, but she's present there. I saw her.
She's present. Is she to the right or to the left of Pastor?
I don't remember. I have to check.
You cannot see the video of the
Yeah. Yeah.
here.
She's. Yeah.
Can you confirm where if Jack Roy is
Right
here?
between Attain Grid and Ipoh.
So is she the one on camera right now with glasses?
Yes. Yes. She's the one.
So that's the Jack Roy you mentioned in your previous video.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Miss Yulia. How many Ukrainian pastorals did Quiboloy have when you were there?
It's about 10, I think.
10. All right, including yourself. So 10. You and about nine
Yeah,
others.
about 10. Yeah, not if I will count. Yeah, it's about 10.
About 10. All right. And what do you think would happen if you refuse to have sex with Apollo Quiboloy? What do you think would happen?
Actually, we try to avoid this kind of service, but because when you believe that he is the Son of God, and you will do whatever he wants us to do. And if you afraid, like if you will try to, excuse me, I didn't practice my English for a very long time.
It's all
If,
right.
if you will try to deny, they will punish you. And there is a lot of really psychological instrument that they will use on you, that even one day will not be enough to mention everything. They will punish and call us, scold us for a meeting, and put us in shame, that saying that we are ungrateful because pastor give us everything, and you just don't want to give, sacrifice your body like Jesus Christ sacrificed. And of course, they always will use the Bible as an instrument to convince us to do it. And they always, in the same time, they want us to twist our mind to feel that this kind of service, it's a very big privilege. So we will be willing to do it with our will. So he will say that because nobody can deny that there is a pastoral ministry, even Mr. Quiboloy himself. And everybody knows that only girls and young and beautiful women are included there. And everybody knows, nobody can deny, even the full-time workers, that we all live separate from any others under the same roof. Our rooms are next to him, so he have free access to every room, to each room, and nobody nobody know his life behind the door. That's why there's no full-time workers that know what is happening there. So when you try to, like for example, there was several times that I tried to deny this ministry of sleeping with him. Because we have a schedule, and he will be the one to put the schedule. Who will be the one tonight? And Jack Roy, in my time, it was her ministry to invite girls to pastor's room, and actually to invite the girls to this ministry, to pull them in his room. And
Miss Julia, you told us something very important. You said that nobody can deny that there was such a thing as a pastoral ministry. You told us that twice. And you said that if you refused to give those kinds of service, that sexual service, as you tried to do several times, that you would be punished, including
Yeah.
through psychological instruments. Yes, you
Yeah.
said that they
Yeah.
they could try to twist your mind. What kind of psychological punishments and what other kinds of punishments did they impose on you if you tried to deny this kind of sexual service?
Like as I said, there was a schedule, and there was one time I tried to deny because one day he said that I will change my rule, so I will not be the one to call you. Who will be the one tonight to present yourself to me? But I want you to be voluntarily to come to the Jack and to put yourself in the list. And me and some other Ukrainian girls whom I know, we we never go and put our names in the schedule. And then, because he said, Mr. Quiboloy said that I want to see those who are really doing that willingly and who is not. And me and some other girls have a separate room in pastoral ministry. And after he waited 1 week, 2 weeks, or about 1 month, I don't remember exactly, but there is such a time that nobody from us asked to do this ministry. And then he started to come by himself. Like, for example, he had the key of each room, and just in the middle of the night, he come to my room and have sex with me. Then and you cannot run away. You cannot say I don't want, because if you say I don't want, he said you didn't overcome your flesh, and if you will not obey, you will go to hell, like things like that. And other night, we have all dinner together, and I feel that by the way he look at me, I understand that this night he might come. So I didn't sleep in my room. I go in other room, and in the middle of the night, he was looking for me, and he find me in girls in the room. The girls live all together. So because in my mind, I thought that he will not come if we are many, but he come and he said, "You have 5 minutes to come back in your room. And if you will not come, you will have a problem in the morning." So different kind of instrument they used. I know there is, like, for example, other girls who said that, and also me, I use this as an instrument like for example, it's the time to serve, and I will say I cannot do it because I have menstruation, and because we are mature, they didn't do that these cruel things that they have done to the girls that they're younger. So a judge came to the girls and said, "I want to check your panty if there is napkin or not." And the girls just remove their pants to prove that they're not lying. So of course he know that we are not willing that to do it, and we are forcing that to do, and we don't want to do it. But
Yes.
he likes the most girls he like. It's those who try to deny, because he said, "I want you to overcome your flesh. I want you to be on the next spiritual level when flesh are nothing to you." Like for example.
And after all, you said that Pastor had free access to the rooms. He even had keys to the rooms. So about the schedule that you mentioned, Miss Julia, do you mean Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? It was a young girl or a young and beautiful woman. No rest day. Every day there was somebody scheduled.
Yeah, there's for every night he never stay alone, and all the girls that were living in pastoral area, they like they have this kind of ministry. Someone have just several times to experience that, and some have to do it like all the time, like almost every week.
And you also mentioned another important thing earlier, Miss Julia, that nobody, even some of the full-time workers, nobody knows pastor's life behind those doors, behind the doors of the pastorals. You also mentioned Jack or Jacqueline Roy as your groomer. How did she groom you?
At first, it's a long story, because in order to do it, it's not a very quick way. So I will try to make it short.
Yes,
Like
please.
when I was in transfer to a pastoral area and I started to live with Atejak, I was very new. I even didn't know English, any word of English, and he was very in hurry to pull me in pastoral to pastoral ministry. And there was one time Atejak, it was night, and she called me and she said like he wants to talk to you. And I came to his room, and he have Russian Bible. He opened Russian Bible, and because he cannot talk to me in English, and he said, "I want you to read this verse in Russian." So I opened this Bible, and there was a verse. I don't know how to say it in English. Translate in English. It's about there's a scripture about to sacrifice your body. Like that. And he was trying to ask me, "Are you ready to sacrifice like your body?" And he put his finger on the bed, because we were sitting on the chair before the bed, and he showing to the bed, and he started to pull me. And then I was because I was very new, and everything that I know about him was good, and I get scared, I get shocked, because like in my mind, this is really what he mean by pulling me to the bed. And I run away from the room, and there's a garage in front of Bible school. But in that time there was Sampayan, a big place with a lot of stuff. And I ran away, because where I can go? I'm in other country. Where I will go? So I ran away, and I hide myself there. And I was just crying because I was thinking how to go home. I get a problem, and who can help me to go out of this. And then when it's already morning, of course, I have to appear where I cannot stay there forever. And when I come back to the room, the Jack was very mad to me. And they said that you run away from him, you don't have any respect to the Son of God. And they like start to let me feel that I'm guilty. And then I guess they realized that it's too early for me. I'm not ready yet. I'm not still not brainwashed that I can do it. So they explained that. They called me again and they said, "You don't worry. This is you," because they saw my reaction. They know that they cannot do it. I will just go away. And they said, "You don't worry. You help me this word.
Misunderstood?
You misunderstood.
Oh.
He just want to try your faith, to know if your motive of coming here are really real. And they again use the verse of the Bible when Abraham sacrificed his son, and he said it was just like what he used to you, and this example. And
Miss Julia.
it comforted me, and I said, "Oh, okay," because and then I again start to think good about him. Then the next level, we have a dinner, like few maybe weeks again. The next level, we have a dinner, and I have trauma in my back, and I was just talking like I have pain in my back, and Mr. Quiboloy, he put a joke, as I thought in that time. He said, "Don't worry, I have a healing hand. I will do massage for you, and you will be healed." And I was just laughing or laugh because we thought it's a joke. But when the night came, in the middle of the night, the Jack came with pastor to my room, and I was just sleeping. And he said, you said you have back pain? He want to massage you." And I said, "No, I'm okay. I was just joking." He said, "Don't worry, just trust, because it's a big privilege if he will pray on you." And I said, "Okay." And I just lay down. She turned off the light and she go out from the room. And then Mr. Quiboloy came and he started to massage my back. And of course, I didn't feel comfortable, but I also cannot escape. And after that, he started to move his hands lower to my back. And I get scared. I said, "No, I don't have pain there. Please don't do it." And he said, just relax, like things like that. And again, I ran away from the room. Again, I hide. Then the next morning, they spoke me again. Like, he wanted to pray on you. He wanted to heal you, and you just go away. So little by little, really, I cannot mention all, but I want you to get the point.
Miss Julia,
That,
before,
there is a lot of trick that they were using.
Miss Julia and colleagues, the minority leader has to leave. Salamat kaayo, Senator Coco, for attending. Miss Julia, before my last follow-up question to you at this point, I'd just like to quickly ask Miss Jacqueline Roy. Miss Roy, quickly lang po at this point, narinig nyo yung mga sinabi ni Miss Julia. Do you confirm what she said? Inaamin nyo ba yung mga sinasabi niya na kayo daw ang nag-groom sa kanya para kay Pastor?
Good afternoon po, Senator. I want to invoke my right to remain silent, and I'm also invoking my right against self-incrimination, since nasa korte na po ito. Salamat po.
Alright, babalikan na lang po namin kayo para sa ilan pang mga tanong mamaya. Miss Yulia, just for a last question from me at this point. Miss Yulia, you sent us a copy of an audio file that came into your possession. Now, noting that the Philippines Republic Act number 9208 as amended grants immunity from liability to a victim of human trafficking who transmits a recording involving a violation of that law, and noting further that this audio file had been also circulating already on the internet, the committee will play this audio file now. So please stay with us, Miss Yulia, while we play the audio file.
I was about
ang makagamit sa inyo ang anak lang. Walay lain, maunay kabubuto niya. Ikaw, pani, may number 1 niya. Pag gilapas ni mo, imong gilapastangan ang balaod. At yun kang ulay ko kaluoy, pinagi sa duha o tulo ka saksi. Nabingwit na satanas doon. Gapakita sila sa inyo sa internet, malipayon sila, no? Ganong gapakita po man sila diyan, malipayon sila. Kay di sila malipayon. Kato sila, gukuro na ko to. Abilag, tapos na po sa ila. Pabayaron ko sila tanan. Kay naiutang sila sa ministry nako, naiutang sila sa kingdom. Mubayad to sila madali, madugay. It will take 5 years, it will take 10 years. It does not matter. Basta nakatutok sa ilang angel of death. When the opportunity presents itself, patay sila. Pila nakapastoral na naigo nga tapad sa kuwa. Iya pa ninyo. Di man niya ko mapasakitan, membro-membro lang. Pagka nakik-contact ng lalaki diha, nakik-sex ka na sa iya. Yatag mo na yung kaugalingon sa iya. Pag sa internet, I love you ka na, yatag mo na yung kaugalingon sa iya. Dato ko, nagsaliko sa imo, yatag na kung gugman ako sa imo, gitraidor ko nimo. Driver, gitraidor ko nimo. Kung sa'yo akong buhaton. Dato ko, para mabawi akong tungo, kung sa'yo akong buhaton. Ikaw, ugang driver, patyon ta ka. Siguraduhin na ako, mamatay mo doon. Dito pa ako makabawi sa akong tungo. Mabita ang Muslim, doon ay honor killing. Dili na mo katalikod ang ministry. Hindi mo mga matay. Pero yung pagtuo, pwede mo matalikod. Ginana kay gusto ninyo matalikod. Sulod daw mo PA, be. Bisang kadre ka lang, sulod ka PA. Pagka naka-lecture na kagkapila sa ilaha, di ka nakagawas. Pag di gawas ka, bukulong ka, patyon ka. Sulod mong mafia, sulod mong gobyerno sa Amerika. Pag gipasulod ka diya sa ilang CIA, gipasulod ka sa ilang FBI, gipasulod ka sa ilang NSA, nakabalo na ka sa ubang mga confidential niya. Tapos kalit-kalit mo talikod ka, di ka gukuror. Inani ang commitment na ako sa inyo. Wala na'y makatalikod sa inyo. Wala na'y makatalikod sa inyo. Wala na'y pwedeng mo traidor sa inyo. Pag nag-traidor mo, na'y magukod sa inyo. Patay jud mo dito. Kapahamakan ang inyong giantuan. I-implement po natin na. Anong hunahunaan ninyo na ba? Pakalaluman ninyo ang pangunahuna ninyo sa ministry na ako. May pamilya mo. Ikaw pa ni, may inahan ka din, may isuon ka. Katong isuon ni mo. Pati lang imo isuon sa gawas. Kung doon natanan, wala ibili na na. Hinana ka lalo ang commitment nato dire. Pero nagkik-communicate mong lalaki, pagkatapos mag-report mo sa kuwa dire. Samtang niya mo sa akong balay, ang gusto na ako dire, may yung tumanon. Dili mo pwedeng mutuman dire sa gusto ninyo, nga dili na ako gusto. Kapuyon kung magyod ang animal, anak putang satanas dire ba? May ibog ko ng mga muros, ng mga Muslim. Na yung mga babae sila magpa-prostitute sa ilang mga warriors. Para mawala ang stress. Hindi na ako ang iyong weakness sa lalaki. Ilabay ninyo na kaya di na nakabubutol sa mahan. Kaya gihin mo na mong pastoral para sa anak lang mo.
Yulia, Miss Yulia, before my questions to you about this audio file, Mr. Quiboloy, huwag kayong mag-alala. Magkakaroon din kayo ng oportunidad na magresponde. Didigin lang natin mga kasama lahat ng mga victim survivors testimonies muna. At bahagi din po ito ng karapatan nyo marinig yung mga akusasyon laban sa inyo bago kayo magresponde. Yulia, is this the file? Is this the audio file that came into your possession?
Yes.
Yes. Do you recognize the voice speaking in the audio file?
Yes.
Whose voice is that?
This is the voice of Mr. Quiboloy.
Okay. And well, I know that you don't understand Bisaya so well, but do you have a sense of what he was saying in this audio file?
Yeah, because I experienced like the girl that he is talking about.
Mhm. Only if you know, is Pane Stephanie
Yeah.
Ibarra?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is
Who is Stephanie Ibarra?
Stephanie Barra. It's main senior in the kingdom, and she's main assistant of Mr. Quiboloy, like the one who like always guide him everywhere. Like, and he also she also have access to his room, the same as Mr. Quiboloy have access to her room. So
Okay. Was she also your groomer? Was she also your groomer, like you said Jacqueline
no,
Roy was? No.
no, she was not my groomer. No.
All right.
And why I know you asked me, can you repeat the question, please? How I get idea what he's talking about in
Yes.
this audio, even though I don't understand English, because I
Mm.
experience a lot of things in the ministry. And for example, the girls have some lapses there. For the world, it's a normal thing. Like, for example, they want to chat some boys or something. Like, it's not a crime. But according to the standard of and rule that were in the pastoral, it's a big crime that he will punish them. And I witnessed how Stephanie was several times, only in my time, she was trying to leave the ministry. And
Stephanie
every
Ibarra or Pane was trying to leave the ministry.
yeah, she was
All right.
trying to leave the ministry, and every time she tried, they very in brutal way, in very arrogant way, they will put her back to be always loyal to Mr. Quiboloy as his
How
like
brutal and
speaking
arrogant
control.
way.
Like, for example, there was one time she wanted to run away from the house of Manila. We stayed there, and before we have a concert there, and we stay in worker's house.
Mhm.
And she wanted to run away. She jumped from the window together with her
Wow.
luggage. And
How
when
high
they
was
found
the
out,
window?
I don't know really.
But she jumped from a window to escape.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was trying to go out because she know that in her position in the kingdom, she cannot say that. Can you release me? I don't. I'm full. I'm fed up. I want to go out. She know it's not possible.
Mhm.
And
Why wasn't it possible?
because like as I said, she is like his trophy, and he said like even to us, like if she will leave, how I will handle the other girls, because she is like she used her as example that must be loyal, that must be single, and he said that if I will let you to do it, it will be like like it will bad reputation on me, because
Why was she Quiboloy's trophy?
because this is her position in the kingdom. Because when you are in the pastoral ministry, the main goal is to become a leader, because most of the leader in the kingdom are women. And he always said that all these girls must be a leader and must be single, because we sacrifice our life through the body of Quiboloy. And he didn't want to lose anyone, especially Stephanie, because
So especially Stephanie.
because after they left, of course they have a lot, they cannot control them anymore, and they know that anytime they can say what happened them, what they have experienced inside, because while you are inside and you know all these things that going on there, like
If
they're
Stephanie
afraid
or
that you,
Pane
as long
Ibarra
as you
was
will go
able to
out, you will
escape, if she
she
was
was not.
able to escape, if Quiboloy could not control Stephanie or Pane Ibarra anymore, what would happen? Miss Julia? Yes.
I don't know, because to me and to us, it's nothing will happen. She will just live her own life, good or bad. It's depend on our choice on the way how
Yes.
we work on life, because he always put the fear on us that if you will go out, you will become a prostitute. All the men will use you, and here only I using you, and you have this privilege. And he said, I will honor you, and in the world you will be dishonored, you will be lost, like to the you will be homeless. And this is what they are talking actually about us. Like, for example, me, I came with a sincere heart to this ministry, and I didn't have any bad record inside the kingdom, except that I fight with Mr. Quiboloy about this pastoral ministry, because for me it was hard to adjust to this rule, because most of the girls in the pastoral, they came from a broken family or came from very young age, that don't have example in life, that don't have a father, and especially when you are young and don't have experience in life, you can plant them the thinking that this is life, is normal, it's good. And when you don't have experience about other life in the world, you will really be afraid to go out.
Miss
And
Julia,
yeah.
yes. No, I know that you want to say something to Pastor directly. Here in the Senate, in the Philippines, we don't allow resource persons to talk to each other directly. You may only address the chair. So if you want to say something directly to Quiboloy, please address it through me. For the record, please say, Madam Chair, this is what I want to say to Quiboloy, so that we can hear you and we can put your message to him on record. So please
Okay.
proceed.
Madam Chair, this is what I want to say to Mr. Quiboloy. When I came to the Philippines, I trust my life to you. You promised that you will put honor, dignity on us, and we trust that this is what will happen. And all of this time in this ministry, I was very honest to you. And if there was something that I understand, I always come to you and ask why. Explain me. So from the very beginning to the end, I don't have any bad records. I didn't show myself as a girl, cheap girl, and I always try to be on that level that you try to put on us. But because of this pastoral ministry, for how many years you know that I was trying to learn this way. But I always argue with you, because I have a good example in my life. I have a family, there is a wife, there is a husband. I came 20 4 years old. I'm mature, and it was very hard to broke my the way my view about what is the life, normal life, happiness must be. And I really try to broke myself to follow your rules in the kingdom, but you lead us in a very bad experience. For all these years, of course, I have a good experience and bad, and when everything is mixed up, it's very hard to analyze. When when you are on your emotional are like they will put you very high, they will put you very low, and you always on this wave. It's very hard to analyze the way you your true feelings, and they will think that the way you feel bad about this ministry, that this is immoral, but he tried to convince that this is the very high level. They made us doubt about our feelings, and I was there with the honest heart. And even before, like when what pulled me back from this ministry, because from this 6 years, as I said, I have a good and bad experience. And to the year of 2019, the bad experience was already more than a good, and I decided to leave. I made a letter through Attain Grid to pastor that I'm very thankful for all the experience that I have in the kingdom, because there is a lot of things that I love, like singing, worshiping, young congregation. I like to serve God, but I'm going out because I have doubt about pastoral ministry. I cannot tolerate it anymore, and I don't feel that I can do it. And this was the time of COVID, and I was in Ukraine that time, serving here. And because it was COVID, I went from the KLC workers' house. I went to my parents' house, and I stayed there for how many months? Because we didn't know. And this is again my thinking renew. Again, I see my family. I see, and I start to. There is no one who will influence me again, and I came to life. But even though the bad experience that I have, I still go with a thankful heart. And what they do to me, because I still watching, even though I go out, I still watching the TWP program. And in his TWP program, I didn't do anything bad. He said about me that if you will work as a prostitute the whole your life out of the kingdom, you cannot replace all these material things that I invest in you here. You compare me as a prostitute, and I'm here living like ordinary life. I have to, when I go out of the kingdom, I was almost 30 years old. Because of the kingdom, I was not able to finish my study. I was not able to build my own family. I was not able to have my career so I can have something of my own. When you invest all your time, all your efforts, everything into the kingdom, and when you go out, you have nothing. And then and everything you do there, you do with a sincere heart. We never ask for payment. We never ask for salary. We go out from the empty hands, and still you are saying that we own you. Maybe this is you who own us, and you broke our
Thank you.
reputation even. And he
Thank you
started
very
to
much.
say very bad things about me. to destroy my reputation, because he know that if I will go out in the way, in case if I will say what is happening there, my reputation will be destroyed and nobody will believe. This is what he always this tactic that he do.
Yes.
And the last thing
Thank
that
you
I
very
want to
much,
say,
Miss Julia.
1 minute, please, because
Yes.
I always argue about pastoral ministry, as I said, and especially when the minors came, because I cannot tolerate, and they know this. And I start to fight for these kids because they hide it from us. And it's a very long story. Maybe I will have opportunity to tell everything. But
Yes, you can also
Mr.
submit
Quiboloy
it to us in
told
writing.
me, Mr. Quiboloy told me, Yulia, don't come near to my relationship with God, because this pastoral ministry, this is my ministry, and I know what I'm doing. If I will have a problem with this, I will be the one to solve it. But when problem to appear, he never face it, because he wants the other. He used people who even are not pastoral and don't know about his life. They don't know what he eat, what his arrangement in the. They don't know anything. And we, how many years we stay under one roof? We all.
Thank you
And
very
he
much, Miss Julia.
uses not. He's until now. He's not. Solving this problem that he created. He wants the all kingdom nation to protect him. He wants even this victim to make them as accomplishment protect him. But
Thank you very much, Miss
what
Julia,
I want
for
to
actually
face your
helping us.
problem.
Yes, you're helping us to find out what the problems actually were and see if through our laws we can prevent them ever happening again. So thank you very much, Miss Julia. Please stay on in our hearing in case we have other questions for you later in the hearing. We will now hear the other victim survivors. Thank you very much, Miss
Yeah.
Julia, and take
Thank you.
care. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Thank you. So ngayon, pakinggan naman po natin si Edward Ablaza Masayon. Sir Edward, maaari mo bang ipaalala sa amin, di ba kayo yung bahagi ng 2nd Signal Battalion ni Quiboloy?
Opo, Madam Chair.
Okay po. Ano po ba yung 2nd Signal Battalion? Para ba yung private army?
Actually po, Madam Chair, ang 2nd Signal Battalion is a legit po na galing sa Philippine Army. Noon po, nag-start yung ano ni Quiboloy po, yung private army po. Nung panahon pa po ng Task Force Davao, kasi yung unang batch ng Task Force Davao, yung hindi pa ako nakasali doon, meron po mga workers na kasama ko, yung pili lang, sila yung mga unang batch talaga.
Okay.
Task Force Davao is local lang po ng Davao.
Yes.
Noong 2015 po, mag-jump out po tayo. 2015, na-endorse po yung paaro dito sa Kingdom. Because paaro is gamit na gamit po kasi national na po siya.
Ano po yung paaro?
Philippine Army Affiliated Reserve Unit.
Okay, paaro.
Paaro po. Under po ng 11 RCDG, at saka po yung sa ARESCOM po na yung nag-train po is 1105th Community Defense Center ng 11 RCDG.
So yung paaro nasa ilalim ng 11
RCDG po.
RCDG. Ano po yung RCDG?
Reserve, RCDG is Reserve Command po.
Ng Philippine Army.
Opo.
At yung paaro nasa ilalim ng 11th RCDG at ng
Nag-train po is yung sa 1105th Community Defense Center po.
nag-train.
Opo, yung under po ng sa training.
1105th
Opo.
Community Defense Group?
Group.
Community Defense Group. Okay po.
Defense Center po.
Defense Center. Okay.
Bali po yung second Signal Battalion po is po yan, binubuo po yan ng buong Kingdom members o workers po. Wala pong nakasali dyan ng mga tagalabas. Hindi po kagaya ng ibang mga ng paaro sa ibang lugar po, sa ibang tawag nito, sa ibang parte ng regional po na ano. Yung exclusive po talaga yung 2nd Signal Battalion under po ng SMNI.
Okay. Under ng SMNI, yung
Opo.
media company.
Opo, media
Pero
company
yung
po.
media company ng SMNI, merong sa ilalim niya nitong 2nd Signal Battalion.
Ito po yung certificate ko po, sinerex ko po.
Okay.
Basahin ko po yung ano
Yes,
talaga.
please. And then pakisubmit ng kopya sa aming COMSEC. Sir
Ito po
Edward.
yung ano namin, yung sa September 7, 2015 to November 21 na training po namin.
Okay.
Ano po is Philippine Army Affiliate Reserve Unit, PARO, then Military Orientation Training of the 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion, Sunshine Media Network International. Ito po
So,
yung ano.
ito pala ay 2nd Metro Davao Signal
Opo,
Battalion.
Signal Battalion.
Yung buong pangalan niya.
Opo.
Okay. Diyan ba sa 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion kinukuha yung tinatawag na Angels of Death?
Actually po, meron po tayong ano, diyan po niya kinukuha. Yung ibig kong sabihin, yung Angel of Death po kasi, yung mga nagpumapatay po, yung mga, labi na sa mga kasamahan ko, na mga worker na napatay na po. Bali, kung saan po, for example, ako po, pag nakitaan ako ng loyalty, yung talagang gusto kong pakita yung faithfulness ko sa ministry, sa anak ng Diyos, maaari kong gawin yun.
So yung pagkaalam nyo sa Angels of Death ay pumapatay sila, pumapatay pati ng workers, pumapatay ng workers para magpakita ng loyalty kay Quiboloy.
Yung Angel of Death is nabuo po yun, yung sa mga against sa kanya. Like sa pastoral po, narinig niyo po sa kanyang ano, yung na ano po ni Lulia, na papatayin yung mga pamilya niya, pag lumabas, pag marami silang alam, tapos lumabas sila, hindi na sila maaaring makalalabas sa ministry, sa poder niya. At saka maraming alam po, yung nakakaalam po sa, lalo sa pastoral, inner circle, yung mga ganun po. Tsaka mayroon din pong member ng ano, yung sa Angel of Death, yung kasama ko rin po, yung si Simon Tagnipis. Si Simon Tagnipis po kasi, siya yung pumatay kay Jarog.
Kay?
Jarog po.
Jaruk.
Opo, Jaruk.
Sino po si Jaruk?
Duming Jarog, hindi ako, dato po yan ng ano, Kausayan.
Kahusayan?
Sityo Kausayan ng...
Sityo Kahusayan.
Opo, yung sa ano atayan, sakop atayan ng Manuel Gianga sa Davao City.
Sa Davao City, Sityo Kahusayan.
Nakasama ko po yan, open secret na po yan sa security department sa amin na siya yung talagang tumira kay Jarog.
Ang security department, ito rin po yung 2nd Metro Davao Signal
Opo.
Battalion.
Opo, under po ng
Okay.
security department yan ng Kingdom. Kasi more or less 21 department yung nasa loob ng Kingdom. May logistics, ganyan, transportation.
Opo, logistics kina Mr. Resita. At
Opo.
tiging kayo naman sa security, department. Okay.
Ganun po yung ano namin, set up po dyan sa loob.
Okay. At nung nasa loob po kayo nitong 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion o yung security department, meron ba kayong nasaksihan na inabuso o meron ba kayong nasaksihan na sinaktan? Paano yung ginagawa sa kanila? At bakit sa mga balita, bakit usually sinasaktan yung mga miyembro?
Maging ako po, hindi po ako exempted sa punishment. Kasi mari nilang sabihin sa akin na sa Bisaya ba, pabadlong yung matigas yung ulo. Tao rin naman po tayo nagkakamali. Lalo na yung sabihin, bawal mag-cellphone, bawal manood ng sine, bawal maglaro ng computer games. Because I was there, 15 years old pa po ako, since 1999. I started yung nag-solicit ako, nagtitinda ako ng puto, kakanin. Tsaka po, yung mga palo po na yung mga punishment po na sinasabi ni lalo na po sila ni Ate Gingging, yung ano yung naranasan yung fasting na uso po yan dati. 99 I was there in Tamayong. Kaya po totoo po yung sinabi niya na bawal po talaga silang kausapin. Bawal pong tulungan, bigyan ng pagkain kasi madadamay ka. Tsaka yung hindi naman po sila makakain talaga kasi yung mess hall separate. Nasa taas yung sila yung mess hall nasa baba. Makikita sila kung kakain. Tama yung sinabi nila, in order for them na ma-survive yung physical nila, inom ka talaga pag pag naliligo ka. Yun ang testimony din ng mga nakaranas din ng fasting na nakausap namin after nun. Sa akin naman po, yung paluan po, 2013, massive
Paluan.
po yun. Na pinasuot po kami ng SS, yung orange, yung serpent seed po ang mini. Ano po yung sa preso?
Serpent seed.
Opo. Naka-orange kami nun. Tanggap naman po namin yung time na yun kasi akala namin yung siya yung anak ng Diyos, yung talagang tanggapin mo yung punishment mo. Alam niyo po yung parang ang turing sa amin na yung trapo, mas may karapatan pa yung trapo kaysa sa amin. Hindi kami, kahit bata, bawal kaming kausapin, bawal kaming mag-ingay. Yung na isang beses nga, tumawa kami, pinapalo kami ulit. Tawa lang po kasi mabigat kaya yung mag-ano ka ng bato. From gising kami ng 4 a.m., preparation para devotional 5 a.m. Tuloy-tuloy na yan, work job, kain, tanghalian, kain lang, 1 oras lang yung pahinga. Hanggang alas 10 ng gabi yung ano namin, trabaho, puro
Mas
overtime.
matagal pa sa pagkakaroling atiging na 14 hours. Kayo, 4 a.m. hanggang 10 p.m.
Opo, hindi pa po kasali yung devotional.
18 hours, may devotional pa.
Bago matulog po, yung mga 11 na po kami makatulog, 11 or 12, ganyan.
Ay, wow. Okay, so 16 hours, pwedeng umabot ang isang araw.
Opo.
Okay, yung mga pagpatay nung 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion o yung security department, si Quiboloy ba ang nag-order ng pagpatay sa mga dating KOJC members?
Opo, kasi yung kay Simon po kasi, nasabi nila sa amin yan.
Ito si Simon
nakausap ko si Simon.
Tagnipes. Aha.
Opo, way back, ano yun? Hindi ko naalala yung mga taon na yun. Pero sabi niya na kasi may galit daw kasi si pastor doon sa yung Jaruk kasi yung lupa niya doon ayaw ibenta.
Jaruk.
Opo.
Si Jaruk at si Simon Tagnipes ay parehong tao or
Hindi po, iba.
magkaiba sila?
Opo.
So bakit kung galit si Quiboloy kay Jaruk, bakit papapatayin si Simon Tagnipes?
Si Simon po kasi nung matapos niyang patayin si Jaruk,
Siya ang pumatay
siya
kay
pumatay
Jaruk.
talaga. Matapos niyang barilin si Jaruk,
Okay.
nagkasama ko siya sa KOGC compound doon sa Katitipan na kung saan security din siya. Parang normal lang, parang walang nangyari. Hanggang sa lumabas siya. Yung paglabas niya po, hindi pa siya nagkaroon ng threat kasi nanahimik lang siya nung time na yun. Pero di namin alam bakit few years, ilang taon na, bakit nag-live siya ng Facebook. Against na siya ngayon kay Quiboloy po. Nagdala na siyang Bible, yung against sa doktrina. Sabi ng niya, yung mga kanyang pamilya niya, pinuntahan siya doon, nilapitan upang pabalikin. Ngayon, ayaw na niya kasi sabi niya, ngipin sa ngipin, mata sa mata. Kumbaga, nakasala siya ng nakakuha siya ng buhay, nakautang siya ng buhay ng tao, kailangan din niya, parang natanggap na niya.
Yung pagpatay niya kay Jaruk?
Oo, tanggap na niya na may mangyayari din sa kanya. Kaya nga, talaga siya, sabi pa kasi magkakilala kami ni Simon sabi pa nga niyang yung mga kaibigan niya, yung parinting niya talaga, yung kadugo niya.
Kamag-anak.
Kamag-anak niya, sabi nga niya na kung saan magdadala na siya ng Bible, gano'n na po yung niya. Kasi parang nagsisisi po siya sa nangyari, nagawa sa kanya. Hanggang sa dumating po yung time na pinatay talaga siya.
At si Quiboloy ba talaga ang nag-uutos na pumatay? Baka mga tao lang niya, di niya alam?
Hindi
Siya ba
naman po
talaga?
namin, kung ako, hindi naman namin gagawin yun kung hindi inuutos mula sa taas. Sino ba kami? Magagalit lang kami sa isang worker, sa isang tao na against sa ministry, na lumabas, galit lang. Pero pag inutos na niya na gawin namin yan, gagawin po talaga namin yun.
Okay. Kamusta naman yung pagtrato ni Quiboloy sa mga miyembro? Halimbawa, pag may sakit, pag may pangangailangan ang miyembro, kumusta ba?
Pag may sakit po, yun lang po yung doon kasi kami, ordinary worker, dati yun, naranasan ko po nung nakasakit ako ng pneumonia, basal pneumonia. Binibigyan lang po kami ng pamasahe, 100 piso, tapos pa-check up sa SBMC, sa public hospital, SBMC.
Southern Philippines Medical
Southern.
Center.
Hindi naman sa inaano natin, minamaliit yung SPMC. Maganda naman yung serbisyo doon. Pero sa ngalan na nag-solicit ka, nakapagbigay ka ng income,
10 to 15
nakapagtrabaho.
million every, ano ba yung sinabi kanina? Every
Yung buong
month.
pinag-anuhan namin, yung araw-araw naka-income kami pag mayroong month of blessings, yung KOH na sinasabi, nakakontribute ka ng pera tapos nagkasakit ka, i-ano ka lang, ipa-check up ka sa SPMC. Tapos niyan, ano ka pa sa lingap. Yung programa po ni doon po sa Davao yung lingap.
Aha.
Pipila ka doon ng ilang oras. At saka hindi po sinasabi, pinatawag nito yung, ano po, Madam Chair, yung hindi pinapakilala na kingdom kami. Galing kami kay Quiboloy kasi mapapahiya daw si pastor. Kasi mayaman daw. Yung reaksyon ng tagalingap, nung malaman nila, "Uy, Quiboloy, mayaman yan. Bakit kayo nanghihingi ng ano?"
Yun na
So,
nga.
ayuda. Ganun po yung ano.
Tama rin. So, kasi nakaka-generate kayo ng malalaking pera,
Opo.
pero hindi, kumbaga, katumbas
Nung
yung medical care na
medical care
nakukuha nyo kapag kayo naman ang nagkasakit. Kung may ibang pangangailangan bukod sa health, ganun din ba yung nangyayari lang?
Yung halimbawa po, yung katulugan nga namin, alam po nila General Torre po yun. Yung nagpa sila Colonel Maranta, nakapasok sila doon, yung tulugan ng mga babae doon. Parang dito, malaking ganito, tapos ano na, parang mga sardinas dyan. Tabi-tabi, lahat. Walang maayos na tulugan. Kaya kabaliktaran po lahat nakikita natin sa TV, yung propaganda. Saka yung ano po, yung binibigay sa amin supply, sabon, ayan. Yun po, walang yung honorarium, swerte lang, mabigyan ka. 500 minsan weekly or 200, depende sa tagal mo na sa loob.
At sa kabila ng milyones na kinukwota sa inyo buwan-buwan. So pati yung mga higaan, ilang paligo lang kumpara sa kailangang higaan ni Ate Gingging nung may bare, tapos may pako.
Opo.
Ito, very bare din sa karanasan ninyo. Ngayon, Sir Edward, pagkatapos nung mag-share kayo ng testimonya nyo sa Senado, sa pamamagitan ng video noon, inamin mo na lumapit ka kay Crescente Canada. Yes, kayo po. So, maari mo bang ikwento, Sir Edward, yung encounter na iyon?
Opo, ganito po yan. Di ba po, yung last December,
Opo.
nag-ano po tayo ni attorney, yung nag-ano
Sa
kami, yung
office
about
ko.
sa yung coming na hearing.
Opo.
Gaya po sinabi ni Yulia, kahit nila po ni Tigingging, lahat kami dito, loyal at committed po kami lahat. Naniniwala kami na anak siya ng Diyos, glorified body. Kahit na lumabas ka, dahil parang doon ka na lumaki, yung mundo mo doon na umikot. Doon na umikot yung mundo mo. Tapos pag naanuhan niya na nalaman mo na para sa isip mo na siya na talaga yung daan at katotohanan kahit nasa labas ka, magkaroon ka ng takot, baka mamatay ka, tapos siya yung harapin mo. Kung ganun po yung nararamdaman namin. Kaya, nung time na yon, uso yung pinalabas na nag-glorified na raw si Pastor. Yung time na yun, hindi na siya nagpapakita gaano. So, lumapit ako ngayon kay Enting Canada po, Crescente, sa Barangay Hall. Kasi baka sakali ako na totoo nga si Pastor, ko talaga, nakadecide talaga ako na lumapit. January 16 or 17, kung di ako nagkakamali.
Nitong taon.
Kumbaga, pagtatraidor po yung gagawin ko, yung ganun. Kasi isusuka ko yung mga contact na staff ninyo. Gagawin ko talaga yun kasi parang na-feel ko na totoo talaga to si Pastor. Parang, Lord, patawad po kung nakakontak ako sa kanila, nila Arlene. Ganun pong na-feel ko kasi I've been there for 20 years. Tapos yung faith mo, alam mo na lumaki ka sa isang relihiyosong pamilya, yung ganun po. Tapos, paglapit ko po nung time na yun, buti na lang, may sinabi si Inting, bago ko na ibigay, buti na lang, hindi ko na ibigay yung number. Hindi kasi siya nag-ask nung una. Unang ginawa niya, nung usap kami, fellowship, ang ganda ng fellowship. Ito, ganyan talaga yung sa kingdom, buhay ni Pastor, ganyan. Bigla lang kalagitnaan, naiba yung usapan namin. Ba't naman kasi kayo pumupunta dyan? Ba't naman kasi kayo nag-testimony dyan? Hindi mo alam. Baka may riding in tandem na paglabas mo.
Ganon.
Riding
in tandem.
Yung bang sabi niya sa akin, baka may riding in tandem.
Ano pang isinabi niya sa iyo?
Tapos
bukod sa
silang bayon
riding in
daw,
tandem?
yung silang bayon po, yung military po na namin, yung naka-DS po kay Quiboloy, sabi niya, silang bayon, bago lang may pinatay.
Anong pangalan nun?
Lambayon po apelido.
Lambayon.
Parang Dino ata yung pagkakaalam ko.
Nilo Lambayon.
Dino Opo.
Lambayon. So nung sinabi ni Mr. Canada yan, Enteng Canada, na isang riding in tandem lang yan, Tama ba na tinanong niya sino yung kausap mo sa mga staff ko? At nung binanggit niya yung riding in tandem, kaugnay ng mga staff ko, ano yung pagkaintindi mo sa tanong na yon at sa sinabing iyon?
Ang pagkakaintindi ko po, na maaari kaming ipapatay kung papatuloy namin itong ginagawa namin. Kasi pagbanggit niya na Silang Bayon, doon po ako na medyo na... Kasi Silang Bayon po kasi, kasama ko yan sa Julo na nang-harass doon sa yung mga native doon, yung mga nakatira sa Julo.
Ang mga lumad?
Lumad po. Pumunta nga, yung ebidensya, marami tayong ebidensya. Yung si LJ Lindaan, yung sa JMA News, pumunta doon. Yung si dating chief ng Tibungko at Tugbok, si Alcala ba yun na pumunta din sa amin, interview. Ako yung kaharap. Yun po yung mga kasi Silang Bayon po kasi, nag-alias pa nga siya noon, alias Rico, tapos naka-wig siya.
Alias Rico?
Oo, nung ginamit niya doon sa Julo.
And kanina nung Sir Edward, nung binabanggit nyo si Montagnipes at Jaruk, may binanggit din kayong usapin ng lupa. Ito rin ba ay kaugnay ng mga hinaras na mga lumad? Or
Opo, kasali na yan sa Julo, buong ng Tamayo.
Jolong?
Julo, Sitio Julo.
Sitio Jolong.
Opo.
Okay. So yung encounter nyo, yung pag-uusap nyo kay Mr. Canada ay may ganong parang banta na ang dating sa inyo pwede kayong ipapatay dahil binanggit yung riding in tandem. Pati nung tinanong niya sa inyo, yung staff ko, binanggit din yung riding in tandem. Ano yun? Pati staff ko, binabantaan nila?
Hindi po, hindi naman talaga direct na banta.
Kayo?
Pero parang lang ba, yung pag ka dyan, iniksian lang, na mayroong riding in tandem. Kaya natakot din po ako nung sa mga kasamahan ko na staff, kasi konsensya ko rin naman kung ibinigay ko yung numbers. Kaya nirason ko na lang na, naiwan yung ko, nandoon sa isang cellphone ko yung makontak kasi nagmamadali akong pumunta dito para makausap ka. Kaya alam niyo po ba, pinag-isipan ko yun bago pumunta doon. Nagdalangin talaga ko, Lord, kung kalooban mo na totoo si Pastor, magaganap talaga ito, mangyayari talaga na babaliktad talaga ako. Buti na lang, naka-mention siya nung time na yun. Parang yun na yung ko eh. Alam mo yung masaya ka, nag-usap kayo, fellowship, tapos biglang kumambyo. Yung saya mo, nabaliktad, parang Iba na to Mayroon namang inutusan ng si Simon. Kaya lahat ng napatay po nila, na mga kasamahan ko, sila Simon Tagnipes, sila Nanay Elsa Bolivar, si Raymond Pasyol, naalala ko po doon sa yung na-recall ko ba sa isip ko, bida to yung kawawa yung mga kasamahan ko.
Si Elsa Bolivar na binanggit din ni Ate Gingging kanina, yung senior citizen.
Opo.
And then binanggit nyo ngayon si Raymond Fasiol, na binanggit mo rin dati sa video interview nyo. Marami ba to? Yung mga pinapapatay, no?
Actually, mayroon pa po mga iba dyan na hindi ko po minention. Baka na po yung magsabi.
Opo. Mga ilan po sa pagkaalam niyo?
Kaalam ko po, mayroon pa nga yung pastor under investigation po. Yung isang pastor na pa po yung si Disera, yung apelidong Disera. Worker din po yun dati. Member o worker yun siya. Kung hindi mo kasi kahit sabihin mo na Madam Chair, bakit mga member o mga worker, parehong ikinamatay. Pwede namang magkasakit yung isa, nabunggo ng tricycle yung isa. Pwede naman yun. Bakit puro baril?
So, panay baril pagbaril ang ikinamatay?
Panay puro pagbaril yung yung kinamatay ng mga coincidence talaga. Tapos, kung mag-iimbestiga kayo doon sa mayroong pulgay, mga ganun po.
Okay. So, may mga fall guys pa?
Na nahuli. Tapos hindi naman pala yung yung totoo, hindi alam ng pamilya na may nahuli na pala sa sa mga suspect, yung ganun po na sinikreto ng police station.
Okay. Alright. Dagan salamat, Edward. Paki-stay on para sa rest ng hearing natin. Oo. Pero magiging mas conscious pa ako sa oras dahil mga kasama, dear colleagues, signal number 2 na po sa labas. Okay. So, Sir Joar Martinet.
Yes po.
Olimba.
Opo.
Okay, salamat kayo. Sir Joar, so para lang maalala namin ulit, maaari mo bang ikwento ng maiksi kung paano ka naman naabuso?
Opo, Madam Chair. Good afternoon sa lahat. By the way, ako pala si Joar Limba and Iki alias Jerome. Ako po ay isang full-time worker sa under po ng Logistic Department na wala ibang ginagawa, magtinda, mag-solicit sa lahat ng Metro Manila at buong NCR. Ako po ay diniritso ko lang po kasi na ano ko na po ba, di ba?
Opo.
Yung ano na lang, nakaranas po ako ng karumal-dumal na ano sa loob ng compound ng Kingdom of Jesus Christ. Doon po sa Baliches sa Oyo, Quezon City. Ako po ay nakaranas ng karumal-dumal na self-torture po na utos po ni Pastor Quiboloy. Sa kasalanan pong nanood lang po ako ng sine at saka nagka-girlfriend na tagalabas. Ang sabi niya po sa amin, true calling po yun, hook up po ang tawag noon. Sabi niya sa amin na lahat kayo, ang gagawin nyo, iuntog nyo ang ulo nyo sa pader. Hindi kayo titigil hanggat hindi kayo hihinto. Hindi nagdurugo. Tapos po, suntok namin yung kamay namin, hindi kami titigil hanggat hindi magdurugo. Tapos, mayroon pa nga ako mga katibayan dito, Madam Chair, na sa kamay ko, may mga papati dito sa noo ko. Then that time, meron ding nagdala sila ng yung mga dinikdik na sili. Tapos pinapalagay sa amin, sa aming mata, bibig, at buong ari namin. At pagkatapos nun, hindi namin alam kung anong mangyari sa amin. Sabi na lang sa sarili namin kasi faithful pa kami ni Quiboloy nun para sa ama to. Sabi na lang, sabi ng kasamaan ko sa isa doon, hindi na pala langit to, impyerno na pala to. Yun ang sabi ng kasamaan ko noon that time. That time, hindi pa nakontento. Pagkatapos, after 2 weeks yata, dinala pa kami sa doon sa Guadalupe. Pinatrabaho kami ng walang permit. Yung building niya, yung ginagawa niya ngayong SMNI. Kami pinakauna nagtrabaho doon. Tapos binigyan lang kami ng 2 damit. Yun lang, palitan lang. Trabaho kami noon, 2 buwan yata kami nagtrabaho doon. Doon, pagtatrabaho namin, para sa ama din. Yung ginagawa namin kasi para sa ama, nagdadalangin din kami. So that time, was time na sa katagalan namin magtrabaho doon, naisipan namin parang hindi na yata tama to Di ba? Pagtatrabuhain ka na walang permit, tapos bawal kami magtrabaho ng umaga kasi bawal nga, kasi walang permit. Gabi kami, madaling araw, hanggang umaga, alas 6 kami magtrabaho. Lahat ng mga kwarto doon sa building na yun, binabar down namin, ginagamitan namin ng hammer. Yun lang ginagawa namin. Ilang taon yun, ay ilang buwan. Kaya pagkatapos noon, naisipan namin siguro na nag-isipan namin na tumakas na lang. Wala kaming pira noon that time, di ba? Wala kaming damit. Tudes lang, di ba? Ang ginawa namin, meron kami nakukuha ng mga doon, mga bakal, Madam Chair. Mga bakal, tapos meron kaming doon kaibigan sa labas kasi hindi kami makalabas kasi meron kaming gwardiya, 2 may mga armado Mga armalite pa yung mga baril.
Wow, long arms.
Naka-uniform pa na task force Davao that time yun.
Task Force Davao sa Guadalupe, sa Makati?
Opo. Pagpanis din namin doon sa Oyo, meron din mga 2 armado din. May mga baril din. Hindi kami makalaban kaya para sa ama na lang yung ginagawa namin, yung punishment namin. Hindi ako makapaniwala yung ganun na yung punishment namin
At paano mo nakumpirma na si Quiboloy mismo ang nagpapayag or nagpagawa ng ganong torture sa inyo, yung paguntog ng ulo, pagsuntok ng kamay, paglagay ng sili sa sensitibong parte ng katawan?
Siya po talaga nagsabi kasi that time nasa Amerika siya noon. Kapag kasi that time noon, yun, MOB, month of blessing niya noon Tapos lumit yata yung kita kaya galit na galit siya. Kahit minor lang yung kasalanan namin, yun na yung for the first, hindi kami kapaniwala, yun yung sinabi niya na bakit ganun yung punishment namin. Kasi kadalasan yung punishment namin yung sinasabi natin, yung fasting lang, or palo sa puwit, di ba? Hindi, naisip namin para naman to fraternity, di ba? Pag ganun. That time, tinawag kami lahat, pinaakyat kami sa taas. Lahat ng may mga kasalanan, Madam Chair, pinaharap doon sa altar. Tapos tumawag si Quiboloy through calling, hook up, tapos yung cellphone tawag siya, tapos kinokonek sa speaker para marinig namin lahat. Tapos binabanggit nila yung lahat ng mga kasalanan namin isa-isa. May naglalaro lang ng Dota,
Oh.
Kung sa akin nun, nanligaw lang ako tapos nanood ng sine. Samantala sila, nanonood pala sila ng sine sa Amerika every day. Di ba?
Sabi ni Ate Gingging. Oo. So narinig nyo talaga siya, yung boses niya na mag-utos ng
palagi
ganyang
yan,
mga
Madam Chair, kasi
torture.
hindi na bago palagi. Kasi palagi din ako na-hook up niya dati
see.
kapag nakakasuntok ako ng guard sa mall, kapag nagtitinda ako, kasi nagagalit ako eh. Nagagalit ako sa mall kapag nahuhuli ako tapos sasabihin ng guard, Quiboloy yan, siyempre. Magpakamatayan kami para sa kanya, di ba? Ihanda namin, buwis namin ng buhay para sa kanya. Ayaw namin, kasi yun ang utos namin, hindi dapat maano si Quiboloy. Hindi siya masali sa anong ginagawa namin na paghahanap ng pera. Di ba?
At tama ba, Sir Joar, yung balita namin na pagkatapos lumabas yung video testimony mo nung sa nakaraang hearing, ay kinasing yung maliit mong karinderya?
Opo, meron kasi. Tinanong ko po yung may-ari ng... Hindi to kasi pagkatapos hindi ako umuwi doon kasi natakot na ako eh. Tinawagan ko yun ng yung may-ari ng inaupahan ko doon sa karinderya ko. Sabi sa akin, huwag ka muna po umuwi dito kasi mayroong mga tao dito nagpipicture. Tapos naghahanap saan daw ako. Kaya hindi na ako umuwi.
So
Yun lang,
hinanap ka
takot na ako.
by name?
Oo, yun lang. Pero hindi ko naman sabi kung sila yun.
Okay. Okay, salamat kayo.
Thank you
Salamat
po, Madam
Sir
Chair.
Joar. At ngayon gusto ko rin matanong si Ms. Jocelyn Mondehar. Ms. Jocelyn, tama ba na yung anak mong minor ay dating miyembro ng KOJC?
Yes po, Madam Chair.
At yung anak niyo po, siya din po ba ay pinalimos ng
Yes po.
KOJC? Okay. So, bakit mo siya kinuha sa KOJC, yung anak mo?
Gusto ko po sana umpisahan yung ano ko.
Yes, sige po. Briefly kung maaari. Sige po.
Mapagpalang araw sa ating lahat po, no? Gusto ko lang itong i-share, hindi dahil galit ako. Kasi napakabuti ng Diyos sa akin. Ngayon, simula nung nag-withdraw ako ng loyalty, nagpaalam ako sa office ni Mr. Quiboloy dito sa May Angono, KLC. Last year, nagpaalam ako na mag-withdraw ako. Kasi ayoko na magsimba pa dyan or maniwala, magiging patuloy na maging sympathizer kung nagdududa na ako sa kanya. So, nirespeto ko pa rin yung ministry niya. Nagpaalam ako. Tapos yung, dati po akong full-time din, 1993. Katulad din ng iba, ginawa din kami taga-produce ng pera through sa paglilimo sa iba't ibang paraan. Ako, umaakyat ako ng bus, o gamit yung mga iba-ibang association, lahat-lahat na lang ginawa namin. 21 November 25, lumabas ako kasi nagkaroon ako ng ulcer. Kasi 1999, naranasan ko din yung parusan dry fasting. From Cagayan, pinapunta ko ng Davao for dry fasting, 7 LC, para daw sa preparation for youth camp, practice. Tapos pinayagan ko lang kasi mas gusto ko kasi bilang isang ina, gusto mo mga anak mo mapalapit sa Diyos para hindi mapariwara. So pinayagan ko. Nagulat ako, dumating yung gabi, yung dalawang anak ko na lang ang nakauwi. Yung panganay ko tsaka yung sumunod ko sa bunso. Yung 13 years old ko, hindi nakauwi, hating gabi na. So wala akong alam. Inano ko yung ministro nila assign kung nasaan. Tinanong ko through chat. Hindi rin niya alam. Tapos nalaman ko na lang sa may kapitbahay ko na member din nila na dinala pala yung anak kong 13 years old sa tinatawag nilang glass house. Itong glass house na to, ito yung dinadalhan nila ng mga young people na nare-recruit nila for training sa logistics, yung pagtitinda. Doon nila dinadala sa glass house. Exclusive yun sa mga young people. Doon nila dinadala. Tapos hindi ko kaagad na, wala akong means of communication sa anak ko. Kasi wala naman siyang cellphone. Tapos, after 3 days, sa pangungulit ko doon sa ministro nila, nakausapin ko yung anak ko. Nakausap ko siya sa cellphone through sa youth leader na na-assign si Rima Fauni, yan. Tapos yun nakausap ko siya, bigla akong nagulat dahil ang nag-iba yung salita niya. For a 13 years old, nagulat ako. Mama, hindi na ako mag-aral. Kasi babalik na ang Panginoon. Tapos si Pastor Quiboloy mag-glorified na. So nagulat ako kasi bagong member lang yung 13 years old ko at that time. Masipag yun mag-aral. Talagang sobrang sipag niya mag-aral. Nagulat ako, ganun na ang salita niya. Sabi ko, anak, ganito yan kasi dati akong worker dyan so alam ko. Kahit pa mag-glorified si Pastor Quiboloy or bumalik ang Panginoon, magpatuloy ang mundo, hindi totoong matunaw ang mundo. Kailangan mong mag-aral kasi yun ang tama dahil minor ka. Tapos hanggang sa hindi ito na yun, ito na yung ano ko, ito na yung gusto ko. Magtinda na lang habang buhay para sa anak, para kay Pastor Quiboloy, kay gusto daw niya makarating sa 7th heaven. So ibig sabihin, sabi ko, mayroong nagsabi sa'yo, kasi hindi mo alam yan eh, bakit mo masabi, 13 years old ka lang, new convert ka lang. So merong nagsabi sa iyo niyan. Ayaw niyang aminin. Tapos sabi niya, Mama, lagi kong ini-insist sa kanya, Madam Chair, na anak, mag-aral ka, sige, kung gusto mo dyan, maglingkod ka dyan, maging alay ka ng buhay mo kay Pastor, through Pastor Quiboloy, mag-aral ka talaga. Ang sabi niya, Mama, pinaka-worst na, sinabi ng isang anak sa isang ina, Mama, hindi naman talaga kayo ang tunay na may-ari ng buhay namin. Ginamit lang kayong instrumento ng Diyos para mailuwal kami. Pero ang nagmamay-ari sa amin si Pastor Quiboloy, ang anak ng Diyos. Sobrang, sabi ko, sabihin mo, kasi pupuntahan ko yung sinong nagsabi sa'yo, ayaw niya talagang sabihin. Tapos,
Ayun, okay na. Actually, Miss Jocelyn, talagang, sa puntong yan talagang napakasakit marinig at nakakabahala sa isang ina. Pero baka senyales din ito na kailangan din natin pagkatapos nyo ngayon marinig si Mr. Quiboloy at marinig sina General Torre bago lalong sumama yung panahon. So kung maaari ko kayong pasalamatan sa punto pong ito, pero kung mayroong pang mga tanong mamaya please stay on.
Pwedeng last na inanong ko na lang patuloy po.
Ms. Jocelyn.
Kasi dito po nagpatuloy na siya doon, tapos dahil sa ano ko na ipag-aralin siya, dito ang pinakamalaking problema dahil pineke nila yung pag-aaral ng anak ko. Kinuha nila yung report card, previous report card ng anak ko ng grade 8, tapos PSD, kunyari in-enroll nila. Pero sa isip ko bilang isang ina, paano ang isang bata nakakapag-aral ng mula umaga hanggang gabi, madaling araw, nagtitinda ng otap? Di ba hindi dapat? Paano makapag-aral isang bata? 13 years old lang yung anak ko. May sakit pa siya sa baga kasi mahina ang baga noon. Lagi kong sinasabihin may sakit sa baga ang anak ko. Tapos ma'am, nung time na sinasabi nila na ini-insist ng youth leader na nag-aaral yan te.
Ito yung Rima Fauni.
Opo. Pati yung dalawa yan sila, si Carla Guillermo. Oo.
Okay.
Tapos ma'am, nagpatulong ako sa teacher niya dati, grade 7. Ma'am, pakitrace kung talagang ba na-enroll ang anak ko. So, sabi ng teacher niya, ma'am, kahit saang school, wala siyang makitang pangalan ng anak mo naka-enroll. Pero sinabi na naka-enroll. Tapos nung time na nalaman ko yun, ma'am, pinagpursige ako. Sabi ko, pupuntahan ko yung hideout nyo kasama ang DSWD at DepEd. May kausap na ako. Siguro sa takot nila mamang iskandalo, hinatid nila yung anak ko sa bahay. So pagdating ma'am pagdating nun sa amin na, to make the story short, nakauwi ang anak ko dahil siguro napilitan sila. Pag-enroll ko ma'am ng grade 9, sinubukan ko i-enroll ulit sa grade 9. Kahit sinasabi nila na na-enroll sa grade 9, sinubukan kong i-enroll sa grade 9 para makita ko kung anong reaksyon ng bata. Kasi kung totoo nag-aral siya, niya ako, Mama, hindi. Kasi na-enroll na ako doon, nag-aral ako. Wala siyang kahit anong reaksyon, ma'am. So na-confirm ko na hindi talaga siya nag-aral. Tapos
Salamat,
isa pa, ma'am,
Ms. Jocelyn.
pinatanong ko po sa teacher, pina-interview ko, ma'am, siya sa teacher. Kung nag-aral ka, sino ang teacher mo, kung online man, o sino ang principal mo sa JMC. Ma'am,
Jose
wala po
Maria
siyang
College.
alam.
Okay.
Wala po siyang alam.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Miss Jocelyn, at talagang mabuhay kayo sa pagkuha, yung matagumpay na pagkuha nyo sa anak ninyo. And salamat din sa pagbanggit sa DSW at DepEd dahil mamaya may itatanong din tayong kahit mabilis sa kanila dun sa pag-rehabilitate ng mga bata na kinuha na ng magulang o ng gobyerno sa KOJC kaugnay ng moving forward natin mula sa itong napakarami at matitinding problemang naiimbestigahan natin dito. Maraming salamat, Ms. Jocelyn. Paki-stay on sa hearing natin in case may iba pang mga kaugnay na tanong.
Maraming salamat.
Salamat po. So ngayon po, dadako na po ako kay Apollo Quiboloy. So, Mr. Quiboloy, bibigyan ko po kayo ng pagkakataon na magresponde sa mga akusasyong ito at marami po sila. Pero unang tanong po, ilan ang miyembro ng KOJC?
Salamat po, Madam Chair, sa pagkakataong ito na makaharap ko ang lahat ng mga nandirito at narinig ko ang kanilang mga testimonya. At magpasimula po tayo kay Ms. Valdehuesa.
Pastor Quiboloy, Mr. Quiboloy,
Madam
yung
Chair.
tanong ko muna, ilan ang miyembro ng KOJC?
More or less po sa tingnan ko po muna ang exact na
Kahit in estimate po.
more or less po, including mga partners, yung ibig sabihin ng partners, yung hindi pa membro, pero covenant partner na sila, mga more or less 7 million.
So kasama, so miyembro plus covenant partners, mga 7 million sa inyong pagkabilang. Okay, sa mga follow-up question ko po, dun sa mga testimonya na ng mga victim survivors, sinexually abuse nyo ba ang mga babae at mga menor de edad? At
Wala
ginamit nyo ba ang relihiyon para i-sexually abuse
Wala
sila?
pong katotohanan yung kanilang mga sinabi. Kung meron po silang mga charges na criminal laban sa akin, malaya po silang mag-file ng kaso at doon ko haharapin at sasagutin sa tamang forum sa korte ng ating lupa tulad ng kinakaharap namin ngayon.
And actually, on that matter and for the record, may at least isa sa victim survivors na dati nang naghain ng kaso sa inyo dun sa Davao, kaya lang dinismiss. Kaya inappeal nila sa Department of Justice. Yun naman pong mga testimonya ni na Ms. Valdehuesa at ni Julia, tinatanggi nyo ba ang mga testimonyang iyon?
Tinatanggi ko po. Wala pong mga katotohanan yung kanilang mga sinasabi, kundi sa aking paningin ay kabaligtaran. Ngunit hinahamon ko po silang mag-file ng kaso sapagkat ito ay mga kriminal na mga allegations. At ito ay para maging fair, ay maghain po sila ng mag-file sila ng kaso laban sa akin o kanino mang kanilang gustong mag-file laban sa mga kingdom na leaders or members because we are under the law of the Republic. Tulad po kay Masayon, yung kanyang sinabi.
Pastor, i-interrupt ko muna kayo doon dahil tinatanong ko muna yung mga testimonya ni na Ms. Valdehuesa at ni Julia.
Sorry po.
Pinalimos niyo po ba yung mga bata para i-sustain ang operasyon ng KOJC at para tustusan ang inyong lifestyle?
Wala po kaming mga palisiya na magpalimos ang bata.
Pero walang polisiya man, pinalimos niyo ba sila?
Hindi po. Wala pong katotohanan yun.
Okay. Yung mga adults po,
Ganun din
pinalimos nyo ba sila or pinayagan nyo ba silang maglimos para sa operasyon
Hindi po.
at lifestyle
Wala
ng
pong
KOJC?
polisiyang ganon ang kingdom na magpalimos.
Wala mang polisiya pero pinalimos nyo ba sila,
Hindi
yung
po.
mga adults?
Hindi po. Wala pong katotohanan yun.
Alright. Pinayagan nyo ba yung pang-aabuso at pag-torture sa mga miyembro nyo?
Hindi
Halimbawa yung parusang dry fast?
Hindi rin po polisiya ng kingdom ang batas ng pagparusa ng tao ay ipapasting para mamatay.
Napansin ko po, lagi kayong nagre-refer sa polisiya, pero ang tinatanong ko po ay yung practice. So, pinaabuso nyo ba, pinatotorture nyo ba yung mga miyembro nyo? Pinapa-dry fast nyo ba sila?
Sa freedom of religion po natin, meron tayong separation of church and state. At tulad ng sinabi ko, yung fasting ay voluntary kung tatanggapin mo. Hindi po ipinipilit.
Alright. Kayo ba yung nakaisip nung modus na piliting magpakasal yung mga miyembro nyo na hindi naman magkarelasyon para manatili sila sa ibang bansa? Sino pong nakaisip nun, nung modus na yon?
Because this is under the investigation already, I invoke my right to remain silent on this issue.
All right. Quickly lang po kay Ate Gingging, yung dry fast po ba, voluntary ba ito?
No, for sure.
No. All right. Salamat
It
po.
was an instruction.
Instruction. So, hindi siya voluntaryo, instruction or utos siya. All right. Salamat po. Mr. Quiboloy, boses nyo ba yung nasa audio file kanina, yung binabantaan mo yung si Stephanie o si Pane?
Kailangan po i-authenticate kasi ngayon malakas ang AI.
So pero boses nyo ba yon yung nagbabanta kay Pane o kay Stephanie?
It appears na parang boses ko. Pero
Alright.
hindi ko po ma-authenticate kasi ngayong panahon na to malakas ang AI.
At
Kaya-
sino po si Stephanie Ibarra? Sino po si Pane?
Isa po sa mga manggagawa.
Manggagawa. Ano po yung relationship o relasyon nyo kay Pane o Stephanie Ibarra?
Isa pong manggagawa.
Isang manggagawa. Pero hindi ba totoo na kinupkup nyo siya, kinuha nyo sa inyong pag-aalaga nung siya ay 2 years old pa lamang?
With this issue po kay Pane, I invoke my right din to remain silent.
All right. So, pero sa pagkaalam po namin, inalagaan nyo siya nung bata pa lamang siya. So, parang naging tatay kayo ni Stephanie o Pane Ibarra. Tama po ba?
I invoke my right to remain silent
Invoke.
po sa issue na yan.
Okay. Kasi sa audio file naman po, sa kabila nung sa pagkaalam ay kinupkup nyo siya nung 2 years old pa lamang, bata pa lang siya, na parang naging tatay kayo niya. Pero sa audio file, bakit parang asawa? Asawa nyo kung ituring itong si Stephanie o Pane.
I invoke my right to remain silent on that
Alright.
issue rin po.
Ngayon po, kino-confirm nyo po ba na meron kayong isang hukbo o private army sa inyong disposal? At ano po iyang tinatawag na angels of death?
Yan po ay kasinungalingan at kung yan ay akusasyon, inihiling ko ang accuser na mag-file siya ng kaso laban sa akin.
Okay. So, sinasabi nyo kasinungalingan yung isang hukbo na nasa inyong disposal.
Opo.
Pero ano naman po yung angels of death?
Hindi ko po, imbento po nila yan eh.
Invento lamang. Ano ang, kanina po kasi sinabi po ni Sir Edward na yung, ano ba ito? Yung, saan na ba yung notes ko? Teka ha. Okay, Edward. Yung 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion ay may kaugnayan sa Task Force Davao. So, ano ang ugnayan kung mayroon ng Angels of Death dun sa DDS o Duterte Death Squad naman?
Wala po akong personal knowledge niyan, so I
Walang
invoke
personal
my
knowledge.
right to remain silent on that issue also.
All right. Tapos, pwede nyo bang ibahagi sa amin, mula sa perspektiba nyo, yung detalye ng law enforcement kung papaano nakuha nila ang kustodiya sa inyo?
Pakiulit po.
Mula sa inyong pananaw at karanasan, paano pong nakustodiya kayo sa kamay ng gobyerno, ng ating law enforcement
With
agencies?
that issue po, I also invoke my right to remain silent.
All right. Sige. Bago po ako dumako naman kina General Torre, meron po akong IFA-flash dito po sa ating monitor. Panoorin natin lahat, pati ninyo, Mr. Quiboloy. Inaayos lang po yung pag-flash natin dito. Naglalag lamang po, pero andito na sa Dito sa gilid. Meron pa lang ako nakikitang pamagat ng event na closing ceremony. Okay. Welcome, closing ceremony. Military orientation training. Baka ito yung binanggit ni Edward kanina na ganitong klaseng training ng mga paaru na nasa 2nd Metro Davao Signal Battalion na may kinalaman sa Task Force Davao, yung paaru sa ilalim ng 11 RCDG or yung 1105th Community Defense Center. Okay. Edward, alam nyo ba itong closing ceremonies ng military orientation training na to?
Madam Chair, una sa lahat, correct ko lang po yung TF Davao, separate po yun, iba yun.
Opo.
Unang training po yun ng batch ng worker.
Okay.
Pero lately, naging pumasok na sila sa Paaro. Yun na yung national. Separate po yung Task Force Davao sa Paaro. Yung Paaro nag-start 2015 po, Second Signal Battalion. Diyan po yung mga lately na yan ng mga batch ng mga ng mga training po. Kasi hindi lang naman sa aming batch 2015 yung may training Every year nag-help po ng training. Kung mapapansin niyo po, pagkakaalam ko hindi pa Brigadier General po si Quiboloy nung time na yan, nung time namin. Parang bago lang ata yan naging Brigadier General sa reserve unit.
Yes, na nakikita natin sa litrato na natakpan lang ng pagbilog sa kanila pero BGen, Pastor Apollo C, na I suppose Quiboloy. Apo. Pwede nyo bang i-confirm ito, Mr. Quiboloy?
Still on this issue, I invoke my right to remain silent din po.
Okay. So kaya ko noted, ini-invoke nyo ulit yun, kaya ko ipinakita sa ating lahat ito, dear colleagues, ang mahalaga, ang military training na ito, lumalabas ay para alagaan si Mr. Quiboloy, hindi po para sa bayan. Na ang alam natin sa ating mga armed services, yun talaga ang mandato nila. So, Mr. Quiboloy, ginagalang po ng komite namin yung constitutional rights ninyo. Ang mahalaga ay nabigyan kayo ng pagkakataon na magsalita rito. And then, ngayon po naman, please, of course, you will stay on sa hearing para kung may iba pang tanong sa inyo bago tayo matapos, bago tayo mag-adjourn. Ngayon po, tungo tayo sa ating law enforcement naman. So kung maaring matanong ko naman muna si General Torre, sir. General, nung nakuha po si Quiboloy, naging usap-usapan po noon kung naaresto ba siya or sumuko ba siya. Pwede nyo bang liwanagan ito para sa amin? Paki-update nga po ang bayan. Once and for all, ano po ba ang nangyari?
At the outset, ma'am, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present our side on this August body. This is the second time that we appear in the Senate, and in the first time, it resulted in our ability to show to the public what is happening during the 16-day operation inside the KOGC compound. And today, we do hope to continue with our quest for justice to help the victims look and find and receive the justice that they also deserve. Regarding the arrest of Mr. Quiboloy, in all intents and purposes, in our whole operations, he is arrested because he submitted himself to my representative because he has no other options other than submit himself to the custody of the law. Because whether he like it or not, he has no other options during the time. Because I have 4,500 people around him inside this compound, and 1,200 is concentrated on the two buildings that he has control of. On the part that he is saying that he voluntarily surrendered, it is just on the colloquial and the popular on the popular term of this term surrender, because he has no other option. Again, I will stress on that, because all the other units there that provided us with assistance only provided prisoner transport from the place he is arrested to the place where he is detained. So that's I think the synopsis of everything that transpired during that day on September 8th, when he took custody of him to make him answerable to the crimes that he is charged of in various courts in the Philippines.
Salamat po, General. And bilang isang sibilyan, isang mambabatas, naiintindihan ko na anuman yung colloquial or popular term na gamitin, ang outcome ay nasa kamay na siya ng ating mga otoridad dahil sa environment na na-create nyo on the ground, no? Kasama itong 4,500 personnel nyo, na yung 1,200 ay dun lamang nakakonsentrate sa dalawang building kung saan siya tumagal, no, ng ilang mga
Yes,
mga
ma'am.
araw.
I
Yes,
do
General.
believe, ma'am, I do believe that the term surrender and arrest is being debated upon. Well, I do believe that the camp of Mr. Quiboloy would like to model the issue on the term the surrender and arrested, because it has great bearing on the criminal case that they are facing, ma'am. So they can use the voluntary surrender term as part of their maybe their defense for and prayer for leniency and cite it as a mitigating circumstance. However, it is not the case, and it was never the case in this situation, ma'am.
Well, in any case po, General, tulad ng nagtiwala kami sa PNP na sa tulong ng ibang mga other units na nag-a-assist ay mapapasakamay nyo rin si Mr. Quiboloy, may tiwala rin ang komite ngayon sa Department of Justice na ma-handle alang-alang sa mga victim survivors at alang-alang sa ating bayan yung mga kaso ni Quiboloy. General, ang sabi niyo po ay may mga continuing crimes na nagaganap sa loob ng KOJC compound. At sabi niyo po na may mga iba pang mga biktima na gusto ng PNP pang sagipin. So, pwede po ba kayong mag-elaborate tungkol dito?
As of the moment, ma'am, we are partnering with the Department of Justice in building up other cases to be filed against Apollo Quiboloy and his cohorts, his companions. Last week, we have filed sedition and inciting to sedition charges against them through the Department of Justice and with the assistance of the special prosecutors assigned by the DOJ for this case. And there's still continuing build-up on the possible rescue of other people, because we had experienced the extensive brainwashing. Mr. Quiboloy had a head start of around 30 years against the law enforcement, and we are just scratching the top. And I do believe that as time goes by, as people see the fallacies of his declarations, more people and more victims will be having the courage, will summon the courage to actually seek for the redress that the law is ready to give them.
Maraming salamat para doon, General Torre. Yun din yung wish ng komiteng ito at napaka-importante yung sinabi nyo na may build up pa kayo para sa dagdag na possible rescues. Of course, mga adults din at lalong-lalo na siguro yung mga bata tulad nung anak ni Miss Jocelyn na buti na rescue na rin niya, no? At sa tulong din ng DSWD at saka DepEd. Lastly for now, mula sa akin, General Torre, sabi nyo po, may mga humarang sa inyo sa pag-aresto kay Quiboloy. Ito ba'y, halimbawa, kagaya ng paglalagay ng mga fire truck, iba pang sasakyan para harangin yung highway mismo sa labas ng compound. Ito ba'y mga KOJC members din? O meron ding mga opisyal ng gobyerno? Sa tingin nyo ba ay may involvement pati yung local government sa pagprotekta kay Quiboloy?
Well, on the direct evidence that we have right now, ma'am, we have seen members and non-members alike who had conspired to prevent us from serving the warrant of arrest for Quiboloy, or at the very least make it very, very difficult for us to actually do our job. And it's not for the persistence and faith of the my superiors and the people from the government, and also the cooperation and the blood, tears, and sacrifice of my men, we would not have achieved and overcome that the obstacles that they did to prevent us from achieving the mission. We had experienced roadblock after roadblocks, and and the pressures, especially considering that the compound is very large and the only coverage that we have there is the SMNI, to which we are actually asking YouTube to take down, considering that it's being used to protect a fugitive not only from the Philippines, but also a fugitive of the laws of the United States. So we're asking YouTube to actually take down the channel of SMNI and also Facebook for them to prevent from using those social media platforms as leverage for their illegal activities and criminal activities, basically. And at this juncture, ma'am, I would like to thank the Senate for giving us this chance to show to tell our story, the side of the story, hoping that this is a hearing in aid of legislation, and I do hope that legislation will really be passed to help us and again give leverage to the law enforcement, because I can really feel that in the 6-10-day operation we have reached the limits of the law, and we have really tested the limits of the law there, and I do believe that we still did everything within the bounds of the law, however difficult it may be. And I do believe that it's time that we also try to adjust the law in the hope that it will be more responsive to the needs of the time. Because if we only listen to all those telling us that, especially the lawyers of Apollo Quiboloy, telling us that we are doing things illegally because for 16 days we stay there without a search warrant, citing that the use of the warrant of arrest as basis of our search, and stay there in the compound, which I believe that they are wrong, really gave us this sometimes this sense of doubting ourselves, especially that the propaganda day in and day out is hitting us left and right. And I do think that this opportunity comes, because if we don't adjust and make the law more responsive to the current times, it will create a situation where some people will be definitely beyond the reach of the law. Because if we are not that persistent, Mr. Quiboloy will still be out there laughing at us and just telling everything that things that he wants to say, because he will be out. He will be always out of the reach of the law. So thank you very much, ma'am, for giving us this opportunity to be part of the crafting of more responsive legislation, so that we can be better and more effective in our law enforcement and in the assistance and in the implementation of the processes of the laws of the land. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you also, General. And in fact, hindi lang ang Senado, pero iba pang mga institusyon at organisasyon ay nagpahayag ng suporta sa inyong law enforcement operation ng mga linggong iyon. Halimbawa, yung Integrated Bar of the Philippines, Davao. Kahit paglabas ng isang desisyon ng korte doon din sa Davao, in-affirm ng IBP Davao na valid pa rin yung operation ninyo in order to effectively serve the warrant. And yes, kahit tatlo lang kaming miyembro ng komite o ng Senado ay nakadalo ngayong mabagyong araw, pero lahat po kami, yung chair, si majority leader, si minority leader, ay may nakikita talagang halaga nitong pagdinig natin at yung mga partisipasyon ninyo na mga katrabaho namin sa gobyerno in aid of legislation. At may mga tinutukoy talagang mga lumang batas na baka kailangang amyendahan o mga bagong batas na kailangan nating ipasa. Lastly, General Torre, for now from the chair, ang CIDG po ba tumitingin na rin sa alleged killings na allegedly iniutos ni Quiboloy?
Yes, ma'am. Given the chance, we'll be presenting the results of our initial investigation. For the past 1 month that I'm designated as head of the CIDG, I continued what I started in Region 11, and we are ready to present to this August body and to the public the link analysis and diagram that we had prepared with the accounting of the personalities, including the incidents, including those that were mentioned by the witnesses who spoke before me, ma'am.
I see. General, prepared ba kayo maghain ng ganitong kahit broad strokes kung ano yung pinaka-importanteng mga initial results ng inyong investigasyon nitong nakaraang buwan, pati yung link analysis, or ano ba yung maaari nyo nang at pwede nang ibahagi sa komite?
Yes, ma'am. We can show you just one slide, which is
Yes, sir. Please
the collection of, which is basically the simple result of our validation and collation of the information that we have right now, ma'am. It's on the processing, and I will be asking my regional chief of the Regional Field Unit 11 of CIDG to show to us the single slide of the link analysis.
Salamat, General. Sir, nakapanumpa naman din kayo kanina, ano po? Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
If you could, sige po. Handa na po yatang
yes, ma'am. While they are
i-upload.
preparing that, ma'am, this is still a work in progress, and as time goes by, we do believe that there's even a possibility that the Senate and congressional investigation on the EJK will intersect with each other.
I see.
So there's
Well, that's very important. Para sa kaalaman ng lahat, ang investigasyon naman ng Senado sa ilalim ng Blue Ribbon Committee ay magsisimula naman po sa Lunes, 28 nitong buwan, at ang magpapangulo ay si Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel.
Yes, ma'am. It's part of his. The link analysis will cover around 30 years from the start up to the present that we know, based on the declaration of various witnesses. There may be times that things will be for validation. The danger is only libel. Maybe so that's why I ask my personnel to redact the
Yes, sir.
link analysis, remove the names.
Apo.
But rest assured that without the reduction, there will be actual names that will be given in there.
Very well taken, General.
That will include victims who were already killed, who had died, and that will include the witnesses that you have just heard today, and how they are positioned in the network of Mr. Quiboloy.
Wala pong problema sa redaction, General Torre. Isa sa mga best practices din na ginagawa ng aming komite kapag hindi pa pwede o dapat ilabas ang anumang dokumento.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Of
you,
course, we also this is a from our standpoint. This is a two-edged sword. This will give Mr. Quiboloy the idea on how far we are in the investigation of his organization. But also, we are presenting this to the public, hoping that to show the public and the potential, especially the potential victims, the other victims who have not yet spoken, have not yet surfaced, to have the courage to believe in us that we are actually in the correct path to the total investigation and comprehensive investigation of the organization of Mr. Quiboloy and his eventual delivery to the Bar of Justice of this land, ma'am.
General, magtitiwala po ang chair sa judgment nyo.
Yes, ma'am.
Kung ano ang tingin nyo dapat at pwede nyo ng isa publiko without telegraphing any of your punches sa defense team ni Mr. Quiboloy.
Yes, ma'am.
The chair will respect that po. What you want to and can present in public sa hearing na ito, o ano yung gusto nyong isumite na lang muna in writing, or dahil mag-adjourn na tayo, wala nang executive session, but I will trust your judgment po. Ano yung gusto nyong ilabas ngayon in public hearing, ano naman yung gusto nyong isumite na lang in writing, or totally not submit yet habang work in progress yung investigation.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to acknowledge the immense work of Colonel Hanser Marantan here, the chief of the Davao City Police Office, to my left.
Yes.
They had been working closely with Colonel Jean Licod, my regional chief of the regional Field Unit 11, under the direction of our chief PNP. Who had given us the instruction to really focus on this operation. Please, we only use the. Please only flash the Jean. Pakibantayan mo na lang yung link diagram lang.
Or sir, General, while we're waiting for the finalized, redacted and finalized slide, maybe I can pose some questions kay Colonel Marantan.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, General. Colonel, kaugnay sa isang follow-up question ko kay General kanina, naging usap-usapan din na mayroong mga kailangan pang i-rescue na mga kababaihan at kabataan, in particular sa loob ng KOJC. Ano pong actions ang kinuha ng PNP? At may mga rescue attempts ba na ginawa in coordination sa ibang mga government agencies?
Madam Chair, yes. In fact, we have a good accounting with them. I have prepared some slides there for your appreciation. Maybe it's there already on the PowerPoint presentation.
Or baka, Colonel, pwede nating ipakita yung 3 slides nun kasabay or pagkatapos nung iisang slide, yung finalized and redacted na link analysis. So kung pwede, magpatuloy lang muna yung verbal na pagtatanong ng chair sa inyo.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Colonel. Marami ding vloggers na nagulat ng, ito na po. O sige, suspend ko muna yung pagtatanong sa inyo, Colonel. Balikan po natin yung slide na pwedeng kayo rin po, Colonel. Sino pong magpe-present ng slide ni General? Kayong dalawa po. Si General at kayo, sir. At si Colonel Marantan. All right. So the 3 gentlemen.
Colonel
General
Marantan will do the honors, ma'am.
All right. Colonel Marantan, you have the floor po.
Madam Chair, please allow me to read some lines of this prepared opening statement by the DCPO. So I will cover about 4 slides there. And i-cover ko yung magbibigay ng statement mamaya member of the pastoral also. So with that, after nearly a month of daily attempts to arrest Pastor Apollo Quiboloy and his cohorts inside the KOGC compound, which is 30-hectare property in Davao City, on September 8, 2024, he was arrested by the PNP. After various dramas have been witnessed by the public in relation to this arrest, and a number of victims of Quiboloy have slowly surfaced, approached us, and have given significant information about the illegal activities of said personality committed repeatedly over the years. With the painstaking efforts made by the law enforcement agencies, significant revelations were made to our investigators which are relevant to the prosecution of Quiboloy and his illegal activities, particularly in the highly technical scheme qualified trafficking in persons committed by him and his cohorts. These reports were voluntarily offered by the victims to the PNP with high hopes that justice will be served to other victims who were lured by Quiboloy and his victimization. The revelations, which likewise appear to be consistent and based on facts, led to our investigation on the so-called angels of death, whom Quiboloy exploited to infuse fear among his victims. As we speak, the PNP, with the constant collaboration with different units, are working together to complete the picture of the dynamics of Quiboloy's illegal activities perpetrated over the years. Today, we will also be hearing corroborative statements from one of the victims whose youth have been robbed because of his illegal scheme. With our goal to help this committee identify loopholes and room for improvements for the Republic Act 10364 or the expanded anti-trafficking law and other related laws, it is likewise our end goal to build up airtight cases that could lead to the successful prosecution of cases against him and cohorts. Today, Madam Chair, we are ready to answer questions to help this committee craft legislations as may be necessary. But before that, may I show you some of these slides, whom I know it's pertinent to the topic at bar. Next slide, please. The kingdom of Jesus Christ was founded, yes. I think ito yung tanong kanina na next po, next na. Next slide. Thank you. Kanina, Pastor Quiboloy was asked kung ilan yung members of the KOJC. And publicly announced that their members have reached about 8 million followers. However, based on the interviews conducted by us, only about less than 8,000 members are believed to be currently active members of the said religious denominations worldwide. And nakita po ninyo sa screen yung breakdown. And these are all, they were all supplied by some of the members akin to the dynamics of KOJC. About 20 countries plus one, the Philippines, about 21 countries ang nailista ho namin dyan. Next slide. Nandyan ho yung mga numero. Next slide. Ito yung simplified projection of the tip scheme of Pastor Quiboloy. First on the recruitment and then the grooming. Doon sa grooming, there will be separation kung sino ang prospect nila na maging subject of the sexual exploitation. Doon naman hindi mag-qualify, doon sa standard, pupunta sa ordinary miracle worker for the forced labor eventually. Next slide. Kanina we were talking about the difference between the lifestyle of the pastoral and members of the simple workers. Next slide.
Just please return to one of the...
Yes, General
slide,
Torre.
if baka makalimutan na ni Colonel Marantan. This room is the bedroom of Mr. Quiboloy in the Bible school. Bible school. And there is a bedroom, something like that, looks something like that. With the twin, the lower right corner is the twin tub jacuzzi. Jacuzzi for 2 persons. Thank you.
And taken from the narrative of the pastorals,
Yes, Colonel Marantan.
this is where the sexual exploitation oftentimes is being perpetrated. Next slide. Yan po yung difference na sinasabi kanina ng mga kasama natin ng mga resource speakers. Next slide. On sexual exploitation perpetrated by Quiboloy after victim is groomed and ready for sexual exploitation, and victimization continued repeatedly through the years and by generation. Through his preaching with the inner pastorals per narrative of the former pastorals, Quiboloy aimed to acquire 1,000 women anchored on the biblical story of Solomon, king of Israel, who had 700 wives and 300 concubines. Next slide. Believed to have victimized around 200 women already. Currently, PNP identified 68 female personalities of different ages whom were victimized by Quiboloy's sexual exploitation, engaged in strict fellowship with the inner pastorals to brainwash them of the purpose of illegal acts. Quiboloy capitalized on the existence of angels of death to sow fear among inner pastorals. Doon pumasok yung matinding compartmentalization na kahit magkakatabi sila, hindi nila alam yung mga nangyari sa kanila. These inner pastorals who subjected themselves on the last rite, which is the performance of sexual activity with the Quiboloy himself. Next slide. Mayroon ho kaming mga sinundan na mga members of the pastoral. Very fresh pa yung mga experience na they can narrate it. Mamaya ho, maririnig din ninyo yung narrative ni Elias Marie. Next slide. Yung tatlo hong na-invite natin, invited by the Senate, si Stephanie Ibarra, and three of them, pwedeng i-refer ko lang. Si Olive Campo and Jack Holtz, ay hindi ho nag-respond sa invitation by the Senate. Pinapakita ho namin sa inyo ang due diligence performed by the members of the DCPO. Pero apparently, they did not heed to the invitation of the Senate, especially Stephanie Ibarra. Next slide. Yan po yung mga efforts. Every day, pumupunta yung mga policemen natin doon sa alam ng mga address nila. Next slide. On the way forward, there's an investigation on the land grabbing issues at Barangay Tamayong, on the house of Quiboloy in Garden of Eden, Barangay Tamayong. Next slide. Oftentimes, naipalabas naman yung mga photos na ito. Financial investigation on possible money laundering case committed by Quiboloy and KOJC. Investigation on possible tax evasion committed by KOJC and other proprietary businesses owned by KOJC. Investigation on the legality of operations of schools and other business entitled entities owned by KOJC. And the investigation on the involvement of other foundations utilized by KOJC in the operations. Next slide. And with that, Madam Chair, I think the Elias Marie is ready to narrate her ordeal inside the KOGC compound for 10 years.
Maraming salamat, Colonel Marantan. At bago ko tawagin si Elias Marie, well, salamat dun sa presentation nyo rin on ways forward. Ganun ko rin gustong i-adjourn itong hearing mamaya on the ways forward, both dun sa mga investigations and dun sa rehabilitation ng mga victim survivors. One quick follow-up question, Colonel, bago ko i-recognize si Elias Marie. Ano po yung alam ninyo ng PNP o natuklasan sa Angels of Death? Na-identify nyo po ba ang mga miyembro ng grupong ito? At saka, meron bang mga government officials o workers na involved sa grupong iyon?
Ikaw sasagot. Ma'am, that will be the contents
General
of our link diagram that will be presented later on.
All right,
And
thank you, General.
also, ma'am, maybe it's just hindi lang na-mention ni Colonel Marantan. The investigation has already extended out of the country. Colonel Marantan has just arrived from Europe, from Austria in particular, interviewing the pastorals that are already based there. So the investigation is not only limited in the Philippines now. We had already sent agents, and we thank the PNP, our Chief PNP, General Marbil, for supporting us and to go sending officers actually as far as Austria to conduct the investigation. Thank you.
Salamat din, General Torre. Mukhang na-upload na yung slide ng link analysis. Gusto nyo bang ipresenta yung pinaka-importanting aspects nito bago ko i-recognize si Elias Marie?
I'll give you the opportunity, ma'am, if you will allow us, I'll give the opportunity to Colonel Jean Licod, the Regional Field Unit Chief of CIDG Region 11 based in Davao City.
Right, salamat, General. Colonel Licod, you have the floor po to present the highlights nitong slide.
To the Chairman, Madam Risa Ontiveros, ma'am, good afternoon. The other members of the Senate and, of course, the distinguished visitors, good afternoon to everybody. The presentation that I will be making this afternoon is just to support whether or not there is an existence of angels of death. So, if you don't mind, if we could just go back just a little bit to the background, ma'am, so that I can read.
Please proceed, Colonel.
Just to read a little bit with the background of the so-called angels of death. Pastor Apollo Quiboloy, the self-proclaimed appointed son of God, has used the term angels of death to threaten the members who violates the doctrine, teachings, and code of secrecy of KOGC. Thus, the angels of death was established in 1990. Apollo Quiboloy handpicked trusted members with background in military and security training to compose the angels of death, which later on utilized as liquidation team to various KOGC locations nationwide. Members reportedly possess firearms and are supervised by Crescente Chavez Canada, or also known as Enteng, and Ingrid Canada. So you might be smiling right now, but later I will prove it to you in the succeeding slides. These angels of death reportedly operate as a secretive, loyal group within the KOGC ministry, capable of imposing both physical and psychological harm on those who do not comply with Quiboloy's wishes. The very name, angels of death, suggests a level of intimidation and power that goes beyond mere spiritual guidance. The allegations paint a picture of an organization that functions as a private army, a weaponized wing of Quiboloy's church used to coerce and control members, particularly vulnerable young women whom Quiboloy has allegedly abused. On the part of the investigation, as the primary investigation office of Philippine National Police and in behalf of my director of the Criminal Investigation and Detection Group, we have set some objectives pertaining to the very existence, whether or not the angels of death does exist or not. So we established some objectives to prove whether or not angels of death exist. Second, reinvestigate dismissed cases involving deaths by members of angels of death. Third, identify the crimes perpetrated by the alleged angels of death and its surrounding circumstances. Fourth, identify the degree of participation of members and provide evidence for filing of appropriate charges in court. Definitely, we have to find evidence so that we can file a complaint before the court. As to the efforts that is being undertaken by the CIDG in particular and the PNP in general, we are continuously identifying the alleged members of angels of death, profiling of the alleged members, interview of victims' family, relatives, and witnesses relative to the crimes perpetrated by the alleged angels of death, thorough and discreet validation on the involvement of the alleged angels of death relative to the death of former KOGC members, coordination with other intelligence units, the local police, the AFP, counterparts, and other agencies for case build-up and possible operations if evidence warrants. And next is continuous monitoring and gathering of information and submission of development report as obtained. Now, ma'am, I would like to bring your attention to the diagram being shown in this slide. We would like to show you how is the flow of instruction being undertaken. Of course, as we all know, that the KOGC is a structured organization, but this one, it is not a structured organization. Kaya yung angels of death, ma'am, is just the term that is being used, but it is not an organization. It is how, in this diagram, how the instruction is being relayed or being followed by the members. Well, of course, on the right corner, as you can see, is Pastor Apollo Quiboloy. Based on that diagram, Madam Chairman, there are 4 na kanyang pinagkakatiwalaan ng kanyang mga instruction. Si Mr. B, of course, Mr. Crescente Canada, si Ingrid Canada, at saka si Pastor Acobo, based on the diagram. Yan ma'am yung 4 na mga pinagkakatiwalaan niya as of now, base doon sa mga nakukuha nating mga interviews and affidavits na nakuha natin. So yan ang lumalabas sa sa ating structure. Now ma'am, in relation to the punishments being undertaken on some deaths also, but we are not saying that they are the perpetrators. That's why, on the words of our director, we are on case build-up. We have to gather evidence so that we can prove the objectives that we wanted, to prove the whatever crimes that was committed. Those are the circumstances. To explain further, ma'am, the diagram. If you see on the diagram, most of the instructions is coming from Ingrid Canada. However, if you look into the diagram, dotted lines po siya, ma'am. So meaning, she gives the instruction, however, they needs confirmation from Crescente Canada. That is why there is a solid line coming from Crescente Canada. So hindi pwedeng si Ingrid lamang po yung magbibigay ng instruction at siya lang din po yung susundin. So manggagaling i-confirm din po nung mga 1 to 12 na yan and more kay Crescente Canada. Yan po yung usually nangyayari. As what we are saying, ma'am, these are all taken, extracted from the accounts of our witnesses and taken from their affidavits. Hindi ito invento. All others, ma'am, yung mga nandyan, ma'am, yung mga nakapula po dyan, ma'am, if you look into that. So, yan ma'am, yung mga ongoing investigation po natin, yung mga tinakpan po natin na ABC, yan ay mga witnesses po natin, ma'am. And with the indulgence of the committee, Madam Chairman, since this is an ongoing investigation and we're looking into some evidence before we can file a case before the court of law, yan po lang muna yung maipapakita natin sa ngayon, ma'am.
Maraming salamat para doon, Colonel Liquid.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just a couple of follow-up questions kung pwede na ring sagutin. Una po, sa tingin nyo ba tuloy pa yung trafficking operations ng KOJC? General Torre.
Based on our assessment, ma'am, yes. Although obviously not on the same scale as when Quiboloy is still heading the operations, and with this kind of publicity that the good senator is doing, I believe that this will have a great impact in stopping this illegal activity, ma'am.
Sana nga po, General. Salamat. At lastly, at this point in time, sino ang new leader? May impormasyon ba kayo kung sinong lumilitaw na bagong head pastor?
As of the moment, ma'am, based on that link diagram, ma'am, you can see there on the upper right corner, Mr. Marlon Acobo. He has been doing that role, ever since I was there. We were there. And I would like to clarify that among the informants that we had, that were covered in that link diagram are people that you actually heard a while ago, ma'am. So those people there are prominently, the people that we heard a while ago are prominently playing a role in that link diagram.
Maraming salamat para doon, General Torre at Colonel Marantan at Colonel Likud. So at this point, kung pwede ko nang tawagin yung isa sa mga victim survivors na magsasalita sa atin ngayong hapon, alias Miss Marie. Willing po ba kayo magbahagi nung karanasan mo? Briefly, pero ano yung pinaka-importanting yung kwentong buhay mo na gusto mong sabihin sa aming komite? You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and everybody present in this hall. Ako, alias Marie Josephine, Filipino, nasa legal na edad at naninirahan sa Davao City. Matapos na makanumpa ng naaayon sa batas ay malaya at kusang loob na naglalahad ng mga sumusunod. Ako ay dating membro ng Kingdom of Jesus Christ o KOJC simula nung ako ay grade 5. Naging membro ako ng KOJC dahil in-endorse ako ng aking mama matapos siyang maging avid televiewer ni Pastor Quiboloy sa kanyang mga programa at enrollment iyon ng pasukan. Ayon sa kagustuhan ng mama ko, napagdesisyonan niyang ilagay ako sa KOJC para mapunta ako sa safe environment kasi natatakot siya na may mangyari raw masama sa akin kasi may itsura daw ako. Sa pagkakaalala ko, noong June 2013, dinala ako ng mama ko sa KOJC. Nag-attend kami ng Thanksgiving and Worship presentation sa KOJC Cathedral. Napaka-welcoming ng mga miyembro ng KOJC sa amin kasi kusa naman kaming nag-attend ng service worship nila. Sa pagkakataong iyon, nakuha namin ang atensyon ni Nelly Canada na sa pagkakaalam ko ay may mataas na katungkulan sa Jose Maria College o JMC bilang Dean o Administrator. Pagkatapos ng worship, in-invite kami ni Mama na ipakilala kay Quiboloy sa dating Victoria's Building kung saan doon kumakain si Quiboloy at malalapit sa kanya pagkatapos ng worship. Nelly Canada let us meet Pastor and endorse ako ni Mama kay Quiboloy. Habang kumakain sila Quiboloy, kasama ang mga pastoral sa isang malaking round table, nag-usap ng saglit ang mama ko at si Quiboloy. And Nelly Canada also let me meet Pastor Quiboloy. Sa aking pagkakaalala, 12 years old ako that time. Nasa grade 5 ako noon. Narinig ko si Quiboloy na sinabihan si Nelly Canada na patirahin ako sa dorm. Sa pagkakataong iyon, natuwa ako kasi sa isip ko magkakaroon ako ng freedom since medyo hindi naman kami in good terms ni Mama. Ipinakita sa amin ang mga kwarto doon sa dorm at maayos naman ang mga kalagayan nito. Kinabukasan, kasama si Nelly Canada, kinuha namin ang mga gamit ko sa bahay, sakay ng isang Innova ng KOJC. At simula noon, doon ako pinatira sa loob ng compound. Habang nasa loob ng KOJC, nakatira ako sa dorm, kasama ng ibang mga miyembro. Sa pagkakaalala ko, nag-aaral ako ng grade 5 sa JMC, habang binabayaran ng papa ko ang tuition ko, ngunit may discount bilang miyembro ng KOJC. Sa pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay doon, tinuruan kami na lahat ng gagawin namin ay nakabase sa schedule. Sa umaga, magigising kami para mag-devotional na alas 4 o alas 5. Pagkatapos ng devotional, gagawin namin ang mga assigned tasks o work job na tinatawag kagaya ng pagmamap ng sahig, pagwawalis, pagpunas ng mga furniture sa common area at paglinis ng kwarto. Isang house parent namin ang nag-a-assign ng work job. Naalala ko din na kapag gusto namin lumabas ng compound, madaming dadaan ang proseso at hindi sa lahat ng pagkakataon ay mapapayagan lumabas ng compound. Noong senior high ako, pinalipat ako sa ibang quarters kung saan nakatira ang isang leader na kasama ko. Sa panahong ito, nagsisilbi na ako bilang member ng choir. Kalaunan, na-assign ako sa pastoral department. Meron pa din akong work job at minsan nag-serve ng pagkain ni pastor. Sa panahon iyon, napapansin ko parati niya kasama sa kainan si Stephanie Ibarra, na isa ring pastoral sa inner circle. Sa pagkakaalam ko, At alam din ng lahat na paborito ni Pastor si Stephanie Ibarra. Parati kasama ni Quiboloy si Stephanie kahit saan siya magpunta. Mga taong 2017, naimbitahan ako na kumain sa JMC lobby kasama si Quiboloy at ng iba pang mga inner pastoral. Nalaman ko kalaunan na kapag nakakasama ka na sa ganitong groupings ay malapit ka na mapagbilang sa inner pastoral. Naranasan ko ang ganitong routine na mga ilang buwan. Pagkatapos ng mga ilang buwan, isang gabi, inibita ako ng isang inner pastoral na si Patricia. Sabi niya sa akin, Marie, pinapatawag ka ni Sir kasi sabay daw tayo maghilot, be presentable. Pagkatapos noon, nag-prepare ako, nagligo ako at inayos ko ang aking sarili. Sinamahan ako ni Patricia sa isang private theater ni Quiboloy. Pagdating ko doon, nakita ko si Jacqueline Roy at ibang inner pastoral na nag-aabang sa anumang iutos ni Quiboloy. Habang siya ay nakaupo sa kanyang recliner chair habang nanonood ng movie, pagdating namin doon, binulungan ako ni Patricia na pumesto sa may kaliwang paa ni Quiboloy. Hinilot ni Patricia ang kanang paa habang ako ay nagsimula na maghilot sa kaliwang paa. Si Jacqueline Roy naman ang nagmamasahe sa balikat ni Quiboloy. At sa pagkakataong iyon, naramdaman ko na privilege ako kasi hindi lahat may opportunity na makasama si Quiboloy or ang itinuturing namin na anak ng Diyos or appointed son. Sa tuwing nagtotestify ang mga inner pastoral sa worship or may event or team building, parati sila nagpapasalamat sa pribilehiyo na binigay ni Quiboloy sa kanila, kaya iyon ang nakatatak sa isip namin ng mga membro. Ang mga pastoral kasi ang ituturing na most privileged sa Kingdom Nation dahil sila naman ang pinakamalapit kay Quiboloy at nakakasama niya sa iba't ibang lugar at bansa at napaka well provided. Simula naghilot ako sa kanya, binigyan ako ni Patricia ng 5,000 pesos kada linggo na pinapabigay daw ni Pastor sa akin bilang allowance ko. Pinapalipat din ako ni Jacqueline Roy sa kwarto ni Patricia kung saan malapit ito sa kwarto ni Quiboloy. Naranasan ko rin maisama sa Hong Kong at magstay sa isang 5-star hotel kasama ang mga inner pastoral. Binigyan din ako ng pocket money na pambili ng anumang gustuhin ko. Nagsimula rin ako maglinis sa kwarto ni Quiboloy kasama ang ibang mga pastoral. Hindi kasi lahat ng miyembro pwede pumasok sa kwarto ni Quiboloy. Nung nanging pastoral na ako, pinagbawalan ako ng mga nakakatandang inner pastoral na pumunta sa mga lugar na madaming lalaki o makipagkaibigan sa mga lalaki. Bilang miyembro ng KOJC, pinagbabawalan rin kami na magkaroon ng boyfriend o gumamit ng cellphone at pinagbabawal pa kami ng iba't pang mga bagay. Noong naramdaman ko na mapapabilang na ako sa inner pastoral, madami ako natanggap na mga bagay kagaya ng pabango, chocolate, damit na galing ibang bansa at iba pa. Paulit-ulit na lang ang ganitong routine sa aking buhay ng ilang taon sa loob ng KOJC compound noong February 2023. Dahil sa kagustuhan kong makapag-aral ng kolehiyo sa labas at sa paniwala ko naman may kakayanan akong makapag-aral, lumayas ako sa KOJC compound at hindi na bumalik doon. Noong araw na mismo na iyon, pumunta ako kay Patricia dahil alam kong lumayas na din siya sa KOJC compound sa panahong iyon. Doon ko nalaman na inutusan siya ni Jacqueline Roy na handa ako para maging membro ng inner pastoral. Sinabi ni Patricia na kinausap din siya ni Quiboloy para handa ako na maging membro ng inner circle. Inamin din niya na si Quiboloy, inamin din niya na lahat ng akusasyon na sexual exploitation laban kay Quiboloy na inaakusa ng mga lumabas na pastoral ay totoo. Inamin din ni Patricia na inaalay nila ang katawan, isip, kaluluwa at spirito nila kay Quiboloy para sa mga sexual na gawain at paghihilot ay umpisa lang ng duty sa pagiging inner circle pastoral. Ayon sa kanya, sabi ni Patricia, dito sa panahong ito, sinisubukan ni Quiboloy kung handa na ba ang isang inner pastoral para ialay ang katawan, isip at kaluluwa para sa kanya. At nung nalaman ko iyon, nagtampo ko kay Patricia kasi pakiramdam ko ilalagay niya pala ako sa kapamakan. At hindi niya ako sinabihan sa mangyayari sa akin. Pero nagpapasalamat naman ako dahil nakaalis na ako doon sa compound. At hindi ako napagsamantalahan. Kaya ako nagsasalita ngayon dahil as former member, alam ko na buong operasyon ng QGC ay bawang panlilin lang lamang. Yun lang po, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Marie. Ilang follow-up questions lang, okay? Kung maaari. Okay?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Alright. So, bilang muntik nang naging inner pastoral, bilang naging pastoral, ano yung paniniwala mo sa katauhan ni Quiboloy at kailangan nyo siyang pagsilbihan? Meron pa ba ikaw idadagdag na ano yung mga gawain nyo at ano naman din may idadagdag ka pa bang anong pinagbabawal sa inyo?
Sa experience ko po, besides sa work job nung nandun pa ako sa loob, ako ay na-assign sa Kingdom Children Growth School or Global Child Evangelism. Kaya besides sa life namin doon sa quarters namin na naglilinis kami, nag-serve kami, ako ay may duties din doon na everyday doon ako. And back then, ang tunay na paningin ko talaga kay Pastor is father figure. Kasi lumaki naman ako na walang ama. Yun po, Madam Chair.
Salamat, Miss Marie. Sabi mo nga 11 years old ka nang ipagkatiwala ka, no, ng iyong mama sa KOJC. So a few years after na inumpisahan kang i-groom para maging pastoral, so you were on your way to being part of the inner circle ng mga pastoral. At maraming beses binanggit mo si Jacqueline Roy bilang bahagi ng prosesong iyon. So meron ka bang idadagdag pa kung bakit nasabi mo iyon na papunta ka na talaga sa gagawin kang inner pastoral? Meron pa bang ibang palatandaan na malapit ka nang maisali dun sa inner circle ni Quiboloy?
Kasi nung lumabas si Patricia, tinanong ako ni Quiboloy kung handa ka na ba na ialay ang body, mind, soul, spirit mo para sa anak. He is referring to himself. At sabi niya na dito sa tanong niya sa akin kasi parang lately lang na lumabas si Patricia nun kung ano gusto ko sa future ko sa KOJC. Sabi niya kung leader ba, along those lines. Ang sagot ko lang, gusto ko lang kasi like masave yung soul ko. Yun talaga yung pinanghahawakan ko dati. Yun po, Madam Chair.
So, yung mga senyales mo na papunta ka na sa gagawin kang inner pastoral ay hindi lamang kay Jacqueline Roy pero kay Quiboloy mismo sa ganung mga pananalita at gawain nila.
Yes po, Ma'am Chair.
Okay. And eventually, hindi natuloy ito hanggang makatakas ka nga last year. So, bago ko itanong yung paano ka nakatakas, paano nangyari yon, pinagmassage ka rin, ano? Nung pastoral ka pa at
Yes,
malapit ng gagawing inner pastoral.
Sabay po kami ni Patricia.
Sabay kayo ni Patricia. So, tig-isang paa na
Yes po.
pinamasahe. Okay. So, paano nangyaring na nakatakas ka nung nakaraang taon?
Nung nakaraan po, ibabalik na sana ako sa Tamayong kasi doon kami nag-aaral ng Bible School. Yun yung school na ACQ College of Ministries. And personally, gusto ko talaga makapagtapos ng kolehiyo na totoong kurso, maging professional, ganun po. Kaya po, hindi ko na po kaya na mamuhay sa pang-araw-araw namin na ganun po, na wala kaming choice. Sinasabi may freedom of choice, pero naka-instruction naman lahat. Yun po, Madam Chair, kaya lumayas po ako. Hindi po ako napaalam. Lumayas po ako kasi kapag papaalam ako, Nagpaalam na ako kay Jacqueline Doy before.
And kung pwede mong sabihin sa amin in public, paano ka nakatakas? Unless hindi mo pwedeng sabihin. Okay lang kung hindi kaya, sabihin mo lang sa akin kung kaya mong sabihin or hindi.
I beg po, Madam Chair, na hindi po sasabihin.
Okay. So at least hindi mo sabihin in public. Huling tanong ko sa iyo sa ngayon, no, Miss Marie. At sinabi din ito ng ibang mga resource persons natin, pati mga magulang. Maraming mga bata ang nasa poder ng kingdom. Dahil bata ka pa nung nag-umpisa sa KOJC, ano yung mga obserbasyon at mga nalalaman mo na mga nangyayari sa mga batang miyembro?
Isa po sa mga na-observe ko po doon, like recently lang po last year, may case po about sa bata sa indangan na sexually molest siya ng isang LGBTQ na member. Lalaki po siya na bata. Nurse po siya supposedly. Tapos I don't know po kung na-raise nila to legally. And I know po na hindi lang po ito isang kaso na may batang namolest siya sa ibang properties ng KOJC.
Okay, maraming salamat, Miss Marie. So, paki-stay on hanggat mag-adjourn tayo ng pagdinig just in case may iba pang at kaugnay na tanong sa iyo. Okay? Maraming salamat. Ituloy mo yung pangarap mong makapagtapos at i-pursue yung profesyon na iniisip mo para sa sarili mo. Okay?
Salamat po.
Okay, salamat din po. Tanong po kay, nandito ba si Sir Dindo? I think online po ba kayo, sir? Yes. Sir Dindo, naririnig niyo po ba kami?
Yes po, Madam Chair. I'm
Okay.
here.
Salamat, sir. Hello po. Ilang mga tanong lamang po sa inyo siguro, or meron po ba kayong maikling mensaheng gustong ibigay sa aming komite? Although, baka Sir Dindo, dahil bigay na po kayo ng testimonya nung naunang hearing, maaari 2 follow-up questions mula sa akin sa ngayon.
Sige po.
Salamat po, Sir Dindo. Ganong kalawak na phenomenon yung marriage fraud? Common practice po ba yon sa loob ng kingdom?
Opo, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po pala. Good afternoon, everyone, especially Madam Chair, and also the other senators that are also doing online, and even for all the guests that is present in your forum right now. Yes, I think it's really widely practiced because it's from Toronto, Canada to Vancouver. So meaning to say it's from the East Coast to the West Coast. And as I understand that it is happening from different cities also, including Alberta, Canada, and some other areas by which they execute this kind of sham marriages. Yeah. And Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I have some actually slides that I want to share. These are really important to really sum up also with some of the issues that has been shared by some of our other witnesses and also the General Torre that also is investigating. And I can show you some slides if you may. I would like to share this. Now, I would like us to know that
I think Sir
nothing
Dindo,
happens.
I think Sir Dindo, yung presentation nyo kaugnay din ng money laundering, ano po? So please do proceed
Yes,
with
I
your
have.
slides.
I
Sige
have
po,
those.
you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam. And I just would like us to know that the leadership chart of KOJC, nothing happens in KOJC without the knowledge of ACQ, which is Apollo C. Quiboloy. So down to his board of administrators, to his coordinators and ministers, and then he deselected leaders among these groups all over Canada to mend those human trafficking that are brought in different places of all Canada. So it really begins when he has a King is Coming tour when they come to Canada, he brings like almost 125 to 150 full-time miracle workers, which includes pulpit workers, concert singers. Those are also who are setting up crew for his live telecast. And these people, they remain in Canada or in USA to do fundraising and solicitation in all of Canada. So caroling, solicit person to person, from malls, business to business, parking lots, residential and care homes, using CGF as soliciting organization, raising funds, capitalizing the marginalized children whenever there is earthquake, also on typhoons. They also use such a operation.
Kayo
I
po
just
yung
can
nasa
show you
photos
that-
kanina, ano po, Sir Dindo?
Yes, I am the one doing this fundraising
previous
because I really
photos
was,
niya, yes.
I believe on Pastor Apollo Quiboloy when I was converted. I have given my whole heart, whole full sincerity to support his mission. And that is the reason why I left my 65,000 yearly income to a 1,000 month income when I lead his CGF Foundation in Canada, because I am the executive director of CGF Canada for since 2016. And so, if you can see all the slides, these are my children that was supposed to be with him, and they are being sent to Manila to do fundraising. As you see all of these names and also some of the slides, those are my sons and my daughters who are being involved in all of these practices. And also, those are the pictures. Another one also, what accommodation they will provide them. Can you show the, these are the provisions of the sleeping places where the kids are really, I do not know if that is life that were there you are seeing there. And then the next slides. And also here, my son, who is also a minor, is also used by SMNI to do all of this, what is this kind of job in the filming industry. Now, I would like us to also know that the moment that they collected money, the following day, when they collect money, I am one of the person that they will ask to send money. And if you can see in the screen, I sent money to Teresita Dandan. This is
Sir
209,500.
Dindo, yung
Another
pangalang
person-
yun,
Yes.
there was also sa testimony kanina ni Ate Gingging, ni Miss Teresita, meron ding siyang binanggit na Tessie Dandan. So maybe this is the same person.
Yes, Madam Chair, she is the same person. She is one of the board of administrator assigned in the USA. Okay, and then
please
the
proceed,
next.
Sir Dindo.
Yeah. And then the next here is we have Dana Margina. There's also another person named Ingrid Canada, which is, I believe she is in the forum right now. Ingrid Canada, Bringas Mabel, and also there's another one, Pomikpik is the name, Marlene Pomikpik. I also send all this money. What happened is when the money is collected for the whole night, which full-time workers in the streets, they come home almost early morning just to meet their quota, and then when they arrive, they will be counting the money, and then the people in the Treasury Department, they're going to ask someone from the members or full-time workers to send it to the Philippines right away without documentation from the CRA, which is Canada Revenue Canada, without any record that is kept here, so that it will be a tax or whatever things that the government wants to know how Children's Joy Foundation is operating, and also the KOJC is operating. Now, I am one of the victim of his sham marriage. That's the reason why my children were already grown up when I brought them to Canada. But thank God, I rescued them from Davao, and they were released from Davao, and I was able to brought them here in Canada. I was asked to marry Maria Noraline Barrientos because her visa is expiring. And that my children I asked the minister, Dandy Cabahog, to bring my children to Davao, because I thought that they will be properly, and I can see that they have nurtured them, teaching them how to play music and everything, but I was not aware that they were being trafficked child trafficking to many parts in Manila and also in many parts of Davao and Mindanao. And so I got married to this person, and then I filed a divorce after those few years. And
Sir
here in
Dindo,
Canada, I
yung
want to
ganitong-
mention this.
Oh, Sir Dindo, yung ganitong klaseng
Yes, madam,
operations ng marriage fraud, ongoing pa ba sila?
I cannot say yes because I have been away from them since 2019. But since, you know, this has been a modus operandi of KOJC, not only in Canada, USA, Brazil, and even in the different parts of the country, of the world, by which they want a worker from Davao to have a permanent status so that their existence there will continue to perpetuate. That's the recent thing. And I just want to mention this, Madam Chair. The administrator here in Canada, which is the sister of Ingrid Canada, Mariteo Canada, is also one of a sham marriage here. So get married to one of the worker. One also is Elizabeth Carrion is also one because he was a previous board of administrator here in Canada. And Ferdinand Cabahog, which is Dandy Cabahog in the schematic plan from the police. Jeremiah Carrion, Marvin Reynes, Arlen Rillion, Zar Buenafe, Beric Nana, and many, many more names that I can give to you to prove to the fact that these sham marriages are really happening. And as I told you, I am one of the victim of this scheme. Another thing also that I want to add is that Rose Di Magnaong appointed me as she's the in charge of the of the CGF Philippines, and also in Canada and Australia and Nepal and Hong Kong, which is not really registered. CGF is not even registered there. But the head of all the operations is still ACQ, which is Apollo C. Quiboloy, who controls the withdrawals of funds, particularly from CGF Canada bank accounts, of which funds were used not for children's benefit, but the benefit of certain personalities and KOJC Canada Church's operations. In 2016, Rose Di Magnaong hired me to assist with the possible rebooking of their license by the CRA. Reason for that, because there has been a report of misappropriation of funds, which I tried to justify to the CRA. But I want us, this forum, to know that in KOJC, telling lies and cover up of KOJC is a normal part of their culture from the very beginning. That is how they groom lies and cover up. Some of these full-time miracle workers who are in the streets for more than 12 to 16 hours soliciting to pay off luxurious cars and mansions, which I'm a witness of the mansions being owned here, instead of feeding hungry, destitute children in the Philippines.
Thank you very
These
much.
are the reasons why.
Yes, Sir Dindo. Meron pa
These
po
are
sa
the reasons
presentation
why-
nyo.
I will be closing now,
Yes,
Madam.
please
But these
proceed.
are the reasons why the CGF was closed. Can I continue, Madam?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Failure to devote resources to charitable activities. That's the reason why CGF, that's number one, why they were closed here. Number two, failure to be constituted for exclusively charitable purposes. Number three, failure to issue receipts in accordance with the Act of and its regulations. Because here in Canada, every donations requires a receipt so they can present it to the CRA for tax deductions. Failure to maintain adequate books and records. Because the reason why I left, because I cannot justify all of the expenses, including sending 60,000 just to pay off fuel for a jet. Which I said, this is not for children's purposes, but this is for personal purposes of whoever. For the proof of the file can be found in the internet. Now, I want us to understand that ACQ controls CGF Canada through his administrator, Mariteo Canada, who does all the instruction of withdrawals from CGF bank accounts, especially the 60,000 that I already mentioned. Now, this is not only 60,000, Madam Chair. This is millions of dollars being collected from September to February, that is the month of blessing, aside from January to December, which is 365 days of money laundering, collecting the money from the Canadian public instead of giving it to the hungry people in the Philippines. They use it and send it right away to the accounts aforementioned in my presentation. So whenever ECQ full-time workers reported to the police for any abuses such as rudeness, and they have some human rights violation, like one of the full-time worker, tried to entice a mentally challenged boy, and she even went to the bank machine, insert the bank machine of that boy, and then collected money, more than $500 from that boy. And she's been like at large now, but the police has been looking for her, but they send her to Australia. And that is how this operation is happening. When you are not allowed to work on a certain country, they will send you to some other countries. Like I was in Australia because I was the one who assigned to open CGF in Australia. But they are now under investigation, so much so here in Canada. Now,
Thank you.
I want
meron
to
pa po ba,
close
Sir
this.
Dindo?
Yes, I'm closing now,
Yes,
Madam.
please.
This
Thank
will be
you.
the last. The last. I left this organization after I have seen all of these lies and financial manipulation that includes my mother, Andrea Garcia Larson, who is not rich, but have given ACQ almost 3 million peso because she believes on him as her sacrifice offering, not minding she has no more money for her retirement. She died with COVID in 2022. I sent an info to Rose Di Magnaon that my mother died. I never have received any sympathy from them. And aside from that, the same year, when my mother gave this money to Apollo C. Quiboloy, my children were taken off from the scholarship of his institution, which is Jose Maria College, which I really feel bad as a father who has been working for him and working for his ministry with all my whole heart, because I give my heart to his ministry and I was treated like this. I feel bad that when my mother died, they just ignore. His doctrine are deceitful claims, a blasphemy to the Son of God. But may I speak to Pastor Apollo C. Quiboloy, Madam Chair, if you allow me?
Sir Dindo, I would allow that sa parehong paraan kay Miss Yulia kanina through the chair, kaya lang medyo ginigipit na po tayo sa oras. But if you would like to put your message to Quiboloy in writing, pwede po naming itanong sa korte if they will allow it to be sent to him, kung maari po, Sir Dindo.
Yes, ma'am.
Salamat po.
Thank you so
Maraming
much.
salamat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Sa pag-participate.
Thank you so much for this
sa ating hearing. Thank you so much, Sir Dindo. I'm sorry about your mother, but I hope na kayo na mga anak mo, you're really rehabilitating your life together now. Salamat po, Sir Dindo.
Yes.
Dako naman po ako briefly sa kina Miss Kath Cortez ng NUJP at Miss Edita Caduaya ng Mindanao Independent Press Council. Andito, yes ma'am. Salamat Miss Edita. Miss Edita, sa coverage nyo po dun sa law enforcement operations para arestuhin si Quiboloy, ano po yung na-observe nyo? Meron po bang nangyaring police brutality dun sa narrative po na iyon?
So far, walang police brutality sa part namin. Kami yung na-brutalized.
Oh. Paano po nangyari yun?
Kasi every media member na pumunta doon, the members of the press, we've been subjected to harassment, intimidation, threat. And it came to a point na ako mismo, hinarap ko sila kasi if hindi ko sila tuturuan kung paano masaktan, paano nila ma-feel yung nafe-feel namin.
Actually, yun yung pangalawang at huling tanong ko, naharas po ba ang media? At saan galing yung harassment na yon? Sa PNP ba? Sa KOJC ba? Sa iba pa?
Nung day 1, that was August 24, feeling namin we were cheated of the basic information from both ends. Alam ni Atty. Torion ran. Hindi kami lumabas si Atty. Torion, nandyan siya. Alam ni Director Torre. Day 1, we were at the roadside. lumabas si Attorney Torre, na-accommodate naman kami. Later on, lumabas si Director Torre, na-accommodate naman kami. That was August 24. On August 25th, ito na yung first confrontation ng members of the press with some members of KOGC sa main highway.
Okay.
Ito yung August 25. And August 26, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1:30 in the afternoon, ako as president of MIPC, I went to see Attorney Torion and General Torre. Nagpapirma kami ng papel, parang yung for a harmonious relationship, harmonious coverage. That was 1:30 in the afternoon. After 5 hours, about approximately 6 hours, yun, nagsimula na naman yung nahulog yung taga TV5. Then, nasundan 9 o'clock in the evening. That was 9:10 in the evening. Ako na yung na-confront ng members ng KOGC. In fairness naman kay Atty. Torion, every time nagdadaing kami sa kanya, he kept on apologizing. It came to a point na nagtatanong kami with this beauteous, sprawling 30-hectare property covered with plastic Bermuda. There are plastic people inside. Kasi nasasaktan na kami. I'm sorry, pero may mga mababait na super bait. May mga tuso talaga po. And we were not, ang kalaban namin is kami yung legitimate na nagko-cover. Kami pa yung tinatawag na bayaran na sila man na yung tumatanggap. Kami na nga yung, I'm not referring to the key officials here. Okay? But this is a question of leadership. Hindi namin tanggap na pinuputang ina kami ng mga members ng KOGC habang nandun sila nag-aamin-amin. Parang ano kayo, banal? Kami yung makasalanan? Yun yung naging Pastor, I know, Madam Chair, that
yes,
the
Ms.
pastor is
Edita,
here.
please don't address the other resource persons directly. Through the chair na lamang
Madam
po.
Chair, I know that the pastor is here. I would like to tell him, with the experience we have had, we are asking and questioning what went wrong with the religious teachings.
Okay po.
Kayo lang ba yung santo at kami yung makasalanan?
Okay po.
And
Okay.
ito yung pinaka-unfair. We were craving for information from both ends. But kami na naka-ID, kami nagtatago ng ID. Kasi ang SMNI people were ganging us up. Lahat naman sila media, kami komedya. Ano yun? Kami naman yung may mga lisensya eh. Lahat naman na sinasabi nila, like, may lockdown sa airport, hindi namin alam kasi hindi nangyari. 7 yung namatay, isa ang sinabi na Atty. Torion, isa lang yung na-confirm na Atty. Torion, of which ginawa namin. Kami naman yung fake. Ano bang totoo? Kami na nga yung naghihingi ng pabor, kami pa yung masama. And it came to a point na we were asking the BOA, Atty. Torion, na give us the access na makapasok. Ang sabi niya, he needs to ask the Board of Administrators, of which numbered to 350 people to get their approval, and that would be siguro isang buwan bago mangyari. And that was September 3. And at September 2. On September 3, after the press conference, dahil may daring game sila ni General Torre, bigla kaming hinatak sa basement na hindi kami na-brief ano yung mangyayari sa amin doon.
Okay. Ms. Edita, at any point, nakaranas ba kayo personally ng pananakit mula sa KOJC or SMNI or even PNP?
Pananakit na physical kami? O malapitang enkwentro? Ano ba?
Either.
May nahulog po na taga TV5.
Yung taga TV5.
May
Okay
video
po.
kami. But I'm sorry, it takes 12 minutes. Kasi nandun lahat since day 1 hanggang natapos.
Okay. Siguro po dahil nga po sa usapin ng panahon, Ms. Edita, ma-appreciate po ng komite kung isubmit nyo sa amin yung kopya nung 12-minute video para po sa committee report namin, findings and recommendations. Pero palagay ko, mahalaga na po na nasabi nyo both sa KOJC at sa PNP leadership yung mga feedback nyo sa naging karanasan nyo sa coverage and yung mga improvements na gusto nyo makita moving forward. So maraming salamat po sa presensya at saka sa inputs nyo
Madam
dito
Chair,
sa hearing na
can we
ito.
just-
Ms. Edita. Edita.
My group is listening and
Yes.
watching you right now.
Yes.
Can we just ask the chairperson of the Committee on Women and Children that the Senate can improve or amend the policy about the coverage involving women and children,
Okay.
especially in a hostile situation. And I hope that you can talk with the Committee on Information, Public Information, because the midterm election is approaching, and we need at least a cloth of security from the government and the PNP. So we can work well, and that's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, thank you din, Ms. Edita. Lalo na sa pagbibigay nyo sa amin ng isang konkreto pang in aid of legislation. Ano po? Tama naman kayong pagpapaganda dun sa batas tungkol sa coverage in yung ganitong mga either tense or even dangerous situations, particular sa kababaihan at kabataan. And well taken po yung pwede kami makipagtrabaho sa Senate Committee on Public Information. Maraming salamat, Ms. Edita. Bago tayo dumako sa mga government agencies and then finally yung ways forward na may inputs mula sa NGOs at saka sa government agencies din natin, bigyan ko ng pagkakataon individually si Mr. Crescente Canada, si Ms. Ingrid Canada, si Ms. Jacqueline Roy, si Ms. Pauline Canada at si Sylvia Semañez. One after the other, kung meron po kayong gustong iresponde sa mga victim survivors na nagsalita. So feel free to express what you want to say to them or about yung mga testimonya nila through the chair. So yeah, kahit tig isang minuto, take at least 1 minute. Mr. Canada muna.
Magandang hapon po.
Magandang hapon. Iharap niyo po yung mic sa inyo.
Magandang hapon po, Madam Chair.
Magandang hapon.
I invoke my right to remain silent. Tapos, sa korte lang po ako sumasagot sa lahat ng mga akusasyon sa akin po. Salamat po.
All right. Salamat din, Mr. Canada. Ms. Ingrid Canada.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm also invoking my rights to remain silent.
All right. Salamat, Ms. Canada. Ms. Jacqueline Roy.
Thank you for this opportunity, Madam Chair. Still, my answer is the same. I am invoking my right to remain silent and the right against self-incrimination. Thank you.
All right. Salamat, Ms. Roy. Ms. Pauline Canada.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. And also, Madam Chair, with all due respect, I'm invoking my rights to remain silent and against self-incrimination. Thank you.
All right. Salamat din. And Ms. Semañez.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Also, I invoke my right to remain silent po.
All right. So at least binigyan kayo ng komite ng pagkakataon na magkomento sa alinman sa mga testimonya ng mga victim survivors. So anyway, so maraming salamat sa inyo. So pwede pa tayong dumako ngayon sa mga government agencies natin. Sa DSWD. Nasaan po yung resource person ng DSWD? Si Ms. Charito Esteban. Nakapagsumpa kayo kanina, ma'am? Okay, salamat po. So, Ms. Charito, narinig po natin sa ilan sa mga victim survivors natin yung tungkol sa trafficking operations, lalong-lalo na halimbawa para dun sa tinatawag na Month of Blessings, na nagpapatuloy pa rin yun kahit habang dinadaos natin itong investigasyon. May mga efforts po ba ang department para i-address yun?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. With regards to the trafficking and abuse made, conduct a rescue in Region 11, in Davao in particular, it's not happened not particularly in our office, Standards Bureau, but it is in collaboration with our DSWD Field Office 11. We will submit a report regarding this matter with regards to the collaboration made with our field offices po. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, salamat po. At baka pwede ring habang nagbabudget hearings ang Senado para kung may anumang mga programa na nag-a-address, kumokontra sa trafficking operations sa ilalim ng department, ma-check din po ng Senado o ng buong Kongreso na sufficiently supported yon. Okay po. Ano po yung... narinig din po natin mula sa marami-rami sa ating mga victim survivors na yung Children's Joy Foundation ay ginagamit bilang front para pilitin yung mga bata na maglimos at magcaroling para mag-fundraise. So, ano po yung status ng accreditation ng CJF? Registered pa po ba yung foundation sa department?
Madam Chair, the license to operate of the Children's Joy Foundation expired last March 2024, and they applied for renewal of its registration and license to operate. It complied, but the DSWD held its application for renewal of license held in abeyance until such time it can prove its financial capacity. So far, we are assessment of issuing the license to operate based on the technical, administrative, and financial capacity of the organization. That's
Salamat, Ms. Cherito. And nalimutan ko ring banggitin kanina kay Sir Dindo na yung mga evidence na hinahawakan nila ng alleged pati money laundering dun sa Canada ay pwedeng kung hindi pa na ipapaabot sa PNP at sa DOJ ay pwede pong maipaabot sa department at saka sa National Police. Sunod, Ms. Charito, ano pang ibang KOJC affiliated na charitable organizations o foundations ay rehistrado sa department? At ano yung mga status naman nung mga iyon?
Based on the last hearing po, 3 organizations were mentioned to include Children's Joy Foundation Incorporated, which is now the license to operate already expired, and with regards to their children already transferred to other residential facilities. So currently they are stopped operating now. The 32 children under their supervision is now transferred to other residential facility, registered licensed by the DSWD, or reintegrated to their respective families as well as to place in the foster care families po. The other organizations mentioned previously are the Alay sa May Kapansanan and Handog ng Pagmamahal. Both of them are with expired license and already delisted from the DSWD registration roster of registered and licensed social welfare development agencies, which were already referred to appropriate agencies like Securities and Exchange Commission. Thank you po. We'll give the jurisdictional personalities po. Thank you.
Salamat po, Social Welfare Officer Charito. And kung meron mang sinaserbisyohan talaga dun sa Alay sa May Kapansanan, na i-refer na rin po ba sa ibang mga Persons with Disabilities Foundations na maaring mag-partner din sa kanila?
So far, nung nag-validate po, non-existing naman po doon sa location po. Thank you po.
Okay, I see. Ano po yung medium at saka long-term plans ng DSWD sa pagtulong sa rehab at saka reintegration ng mga trafficking survivors, lalo na yung mga babae at bata? Or bahagi po ba yon sa report na isasabit nyo sa komite?
Madam Chair, yes po, will be included in that report. Thank you po.
Salamat po. And although ito kaugnay din sa DepEd, itatanong ko rin po sa kanila mamaya, dun sa mga batang di nakapag-aral, ano po yung maaaring gawin para i-bridge yung learning gap nila?
Yung mga hindi po nakapag-aral, may mga ilang programa po ang DSWD where we assist them for that specific programs. And if there are, will be transferred to our residential facilities. We also provide educational assistance. Thank you po.
Salamat po. At huli, ano yung ginagawa ng DSWD para makapagbigay ng reparations at livelihood dun sa mga victim survivors na maaring nangangailangan nito?
Maybe we could include that in that report, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Yes, please do. At maraming salamat, Social Welfare Officer Charito. Salamat po. Para po sa DILG, ayan, si Asek. Asek Benitez, yes sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, sir. Asek, may ideya po ba ang DILG kung saan-saan sa Pilipinas nakalocate yung mga miyembro ng KOJC?
Well, as far as primary information is concerned, we always leave that to the PNP, Madam Chair.
And ano po yung mga plano ng department para tulungan yung mga victim survivors?
Well, even during under the watch of Secretary Abalos and now under the new secretary, the newly minted secretary, Secretary John Big Rimulya, now the department always believes in a whole of government approach, vis-a-vis this problem. And the primary participation of the department will lie on looking into the possibility of involvement of our local government officials, particularly those with whom the department acquires direct authority. Now, in line with the delegated power of general supervision cascaded by the President in favor of the DILG Secretary. So what we're doing here right now is we're trying to identify local government officials in the local level now who had been found remiss in addressing basic deliverables and duties under the law, then probably move forward and proceed with potential case build-up, and then eventually the last stop would be the filing of cases. Now, all of these endeavors are being done in close coordination with the PMP, of course, with the DOJ, now with the other stakeholders in the government. But again, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I would like to go back to the initial episodes of this hearing wherein we always emphasize through this representation the inadequacy of the department insofar as disciplining our local government officials are concerned. Now, we are basically bereft of any authority to directly discipline our local government official. So that is a quote-unquote a mischief probably for which we are being faulted, and we have been trying to move our best put forward to call the attention of our legislators in particular to probably introduce amendments to the local government code and somehow put flesh and blood and possibly muscle into the authority of the department to discipline our local government officials, not only in the case of trafficking, mendicancy and abuses being perpetrated on the minor children that we have, but even the many transgressions being perpetrated by local government officials. If you will remember, Madam Chair, under the same committee, the case of Mayor Guo, in particular, if I can mention that instance, now the many travesties being committed by local government officials, of which the only possibility that we can do is proceed with the case build-up and eventually file the case in the proper forum. Probably now the perspective would have been much more better and probably proactive if the department will have a direct involvement in disciplining our local government officials, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat para doon, Asek Benitez, and the committee will really appreciate and i-share po namin sa Senate Committee on Local Governments kung meron pong proposed formulation ang department. Paano nga po mapaganda yung local government code in this aspect. And if I could just follow up one specific point na itanong ko rin kay Colonel Likud kanina, in terms of yung ginagawa ng department looking into the involvement of local government officials, meron po bang investigation ngayon or fact-finding kung yung local government sa Davao City ay nagprotekta sa anumang illegal activities ni Quiboloy or ng KOJC or ng Angels of Death for that matter?
Now, yes, Madam Chair, that is already included in our menu, but at this point in time, we have been prioritizing our fact-finding inquiries. Now, considering the lack of manpower that the department has at the moment, but inarguably that is within our table. And probably after we are done with the POGO issues, because the POGO issues has been or had been ramifying from one area into another, then probably we can set our attention and our energy to the Davao no controversy insofar as these KOGC matters are concerned, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat din, Asik Benitez, at sa pagtsatsaga talaga ng department sa pagsubaybay sa mga issue na iniimbestiga din po namin sa Senado, mula POGOs hanggang itong human trafficking, Quiboloy and KOJC. Lastly po, Asik Benitez, may investigasyon, okay, naitanong na rin po ito kanina. Maraming salamat po, Asik Benitez. Sa DOLE naman po, sino yung nandito para sa DOLE? Meron po ba? Wala ba, Comsec? Labor. All right, so the committee will just write the department yung mga labor and employment questions. Para po sa DOJ and specifically DOJ Iyakat, will it be sino pong magsasalita for DOJ? Senior State Counsel Quintana. Yes, ma'am. Pwede niyo po ba kaming bigyan ng progress update dun sa mga kaso na nakahain na kay Apollo Quiboloy? If there's anything to add from what was earlier discussed. Oh, maybe,
Yes,
so it will be Deputy State Prosecutor Torrevillas. Yes, ma'am.
If I cannot discuss the merits of the 4 cases pending before the Quezon City Court. And
Attorney, I'm so sorry. Hindi pa ba kayo nakapagsumpa kanina?
Yes.
Hindi pa po. So may I ask you to? Sorry at this point. Comsec Pakipo.
Kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the Senate inquiry proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Yes, Senator. She answered affirmatively.
Salamat, Comsec, at salamat, Deputy State Prosecutor Torrevillas. Yes po, you have the floor on progress update sa mga kaso na inihain kay Quiboloy.
We have the pre-trial conference on October 22, both in Regional Trial Court in Quezon City and in Pasig.
Salamat po, Deputy State Prosecutor. And yung susunod ng tanong kasi ay napag-usapan na rin po ninyo kanina kay Majority Leader Tolentino. So yung update sa extradition request ng US government. So salamat para sa muli sa naunang update dyan. Matanong po si Yusek Tapales ng Council for the Welfare of Children. So ito pa-ways forward na po tayo ano ang ating gagawin? Ano po yung sinasabi ng naging buong episode na ito sa estado ng mga batas natin para sa mga bata?
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Isang makabatang hapon po mula sa Council for the Welfare of Children. Kagalang-galang na tagapangulo, of course na natutuwa ho kami na napakayaman po ng information, kumbaga treasure trove of information po ang narinig natin po ngayon. Pero siguro just to set, to give some context, our present laws already address most if not all of the matters addressed today, particularly as early as 1974, PD 603 in Section 59 already prohibits improperly exploiting children, using them in begging and other acts inimical to their interest and welfare. That's Section 59, Item 7, and Section 59, Item 8. It already it already prohibits the infliction or inflicting cruel and unusual punishment on children and the deliberate subjecting of children to indignities or excessive chastisement. This particular provision was originally confined to parents, itong Section 59 po ng PD 603, but with the enactment of Republic Act 7610 in 1992, in Section 10 of Republic Act 7610, this was made to apply to any person who will commit any of the acts enumerated in Article 59 of PD 603. So pinaparusahan na po ito ng ating batas. At of course, we have 3 trafficking laws already, starting with the 2003 original Trafficking in Persons Act, the 2012 version, and the 2022 amendment. And of course, we leave it to the Philippine National Police and the DOJ on the characterization of the proper offense and of course the prosecution if so warranted, Madam Chair. But as our ways forward, listening to the discussions and the comments of everybody here, perhaps focusing now on the preventive side, because we have been discussing from the reporting, the rescue, from the prosecution, and to the eventual rehabilitation. Perhaps for the Council for the Council for the Welfare of Children, because we are currently working with LGUs to standardize or to craft a standardized child protection policy, so the children interacting with LGUs will, of course, be protected at any times and free or safe from harm from the members of the LGUs themselves and even visitors and other guests of the LGUs. Marami pong mga sitwasyon dyan sa simpleng lulunsad po, kunyari, ng mga programa ng mga LGUs natin, may mga kasamang bata, nagtatransport ng bata, natutulog ang bata kasama ng mga adults. Yan po ay ilalatag po ng Council for the Welfare of Children at ipopropose po natin yan sa mga local government units, which of course will be measured during the execution and implementation of that child-friendly local governance audit. Ang wala pa po tayo, Madam Chair, at ito po idadagdag natin, is a standardized child protection policy for the private sector. Of course, we have a child protection policy for the schools. The DepEd released their child protection policy, I think, as early as 2012. I think they're one of the earliest, if not the earliest. But with respect to the private sector, like businesses, enterprises, offices, and even in church and religious settings, I'm not sure, I am not aware of any standardized child protection policy or any law, rule, or regulation requiring them to have such a document to, of course, ensure the protection of children while in their care or while belonging to such religion or denomination, or even protecting them from the members or even guests of these religions or denominations. So perhaps as a subject of future legislation, maybe we can look into a proposed legislation, perhaps recommending the adoption of child protection policies in the private sector, in the schools, in church settings, and even local government units. And of course, perhaps delegating the responsibility of monitoring and evaluating the implementation of child protection policies into a sturdy and strong agency, of course, like the Council for the Welfare of Children, and even perhaps a Philippine Commission on Children moving forward, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you also, Yusek Tapales. So it's beginning to sound like another example tulad nung binanggit din kanina ni, I think it was General Torre, yung whole of nation approach. So nagpa-partner na kayo sa LGUs, and then syempre from the get-go with the NGOs, ng civil society, nagpa-partner kayo sa LGUs, nagpo-push kayo ng child protection policy, nagpo-propose ng para sa private sector din, and then iba't ibang institusyon natin from schools, faith communities, at iba pa. So salamat para doon. Lastly po, baka meron kayong gustong idagdag. Ano yung agenda ng Council of the Welfare for Children sa mga child victim survivors ng human trafficking?
Madam Chair, perhaps the most tangible contribution of the Council for the Welfare of Children insofar as violence against children is concerned, the CWC being a policy-making agency, is of course the Makabata Helpline 1383, which is being positioned as the main or focal or apex helpline of our government for all children's concerns, of course, covering violence against children, including sexual abuse, whether offline or online. We are in the process of having the Office of the President or the President sign an executive order institutionalizing the Makabata program, which will institutionalize and harmonize all the programs of our government relating to children in need of special protection, which includes children subjected to or victims of violence. And this will standardize the efforts of all of the government, from reporting, rescue relief, rehabilitation, and reintegration. And this executive order, hopefully when signed, will also institutionalize the Makabata Helpline 1383 as the main reporting mechanism of our government for children. And of course, for the National Children's Month, Madam Chair, we are focusing on child protection and child participation. As the PNP may know, based on the data of the PNP Women and Children Protection Center, for 2023, Madam Chair, they received a total of 18,756 reports of child rights violation, 17,304 of which constitute child abuse, rape, and acts of lasciviousness of children. So the spate of violence against children is still high in our country. That's why we are actively working, of course, with the PNP and the Department of Justice and other national government agencies, and of course our private sector partners and our legislative champions to really make a dent on the high incidence of VAC in our country, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, Yusek Tapales. So, ways forward na po tayo, dear colleagues, with our NGOs and our government agencies. Saan nagkulang yung ating lipunan? Yes, actually, I will call first the NGO here. Saan nagkulang ang ating batas? So, Executive Director Ellen ng Center for Migrant Advocacy. So, take first crack at it. Saan nagkulang yung ating batas at yung ating lipunan sa ganitong mga issue?
Thank you, Chair. Pero bago ko sumagot, gusto ko lang pong pasalamatan yung ating mga witnesses. Ito po ay hindi parang simpleng desisyon para lumabas sila at magpahayag ng mga kwento nila. Hindi to haka-haka. So maraming salamat at hopefully marami pang mag-forward para magsabi ng kanilang mga testimonya. So yun yung una. Yung tungkol sa saan nagkulang batas, sabi nga ni Yusek Tapales, parang marami tayong batas both nationally at saka sa international. Member tayo, nag-ratifika tayo ng optional protocol. Tayo ay state party ng SIDO. Tayo ay state party ng Convention on the Rights of the Children. So palagay ko po, una, no-note sa atin yung forced labor, child labor, money laundering, trafficking, sexual exploitation. Lahat po yan may batas na sumasakop. Of course, karahasan laban sa kababaihan. But as we know as well, tuloy-tuloy din yung mga karanasan ng mga biktima, particular ng mga kababaihan at mga bata. So siguro po at this point, kasi usually ang argument ng perpetrator at minsan yung iba pang mga involved, pag walang kaso, walang problema. So pag walang nagrereklamo, walang problema. So I think this is a situation na kailangan din magbabantay yung ating mga komunidad na maging conscious tayo, especially yung karanasan natin sa Pogo na right in our midst, nandoon yung mga operations nila. So maging mapagbantay at hindi mo na lang iiwanan yung mga usapin ng karahasan sa bata at kababaihan sa mga immediate family members nila. So I think this is one situation na inuulit natin yung pagiging responsable natin bilang mamamayan, bilang kasama ng mga komunidad. And that said, Chair, I think yun nga, kailangan sigurong repasuhin kung kulang yung national legislation. For example, trafficking is a transnational crime. Cross-border, so may mga money laundering, ang KOJC is operating in more than 20 countries or so. Sinabi ng ating PNP, they're already cooperating with the Austrian government or something. Ito yung nangangailangan ng cooperation nung ibang mga bansa. And hopefully, wala naman diyang sasabing kami ay nagsusuporta or nagkukonsinte ng money laundering or trafficking. As we all know, yung mga NGOs na suspetsyahan lang, i-red tag, i-freeze yung assets. So bakit sa ganitong sitwasyon na napakalaki ng operation and for these people to come out in the open, ay parang big decision on their lives, pero ang tagal ng hustisya, ang tagal ng makamtan, at yun nga, marami pa ring harassment na nararanasan sila as we proceed with this. So ang usapin, sana mapabilis, ma-expedite yung kaso, kasi justice delayed is justice denied. 3 decades, Chair, yung kinukwento, at ito ay pababulaanan na hindi nangyayari. Isa, siguro pwede kang mag-cast ng doubt, pero ilan yung nagsasabi at pare-pareho ang kwento nila. So I think we need to be more responsible and do something about the situation as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Executive Director Ellen. So, gusto ko lang tanungin kung may government agency pa tayo dito, like the NBI, the commission, constitutional body like the Commission on Human Rights, siguro yung dalawang iyon, kung meron po kayong maidadagdag dun sa ating pinaka-importanting closing questions na saan tayo